they would the hyenas in Fort Worth would do that all the time. They had two showrooms. Well, actually, they had the showroom, and then they had the karaoke room because it was like a bar, and then there was the actual showroom. So in the bar area, they had a stage for karaoke, but that was also just the room that had the shows that I would get booked on.
Yeah.
Which would happen after the headliner. So after that, when the headliner's done, it's like me and all my friends are just begging people as they leave, like, please stay. We have worse comedy.
Yeah, I know you have to get up in the morning and it's much later. You're tired. You don't want to be here anymore.
Hour and a half.
But we have worse comedy coming on.
I know that you just saw an MC, a middle act, and a headliner. You sat through an hour and a half of stand-up comedy already. What's another 2 hours?
Yeah.
Because they would be these long showcases. They're just brutal.
Well, we would usually do like 3 to 4 bands, typically 3. And then have like the house DJ in between at like a bar.
A disc jockey.
But if you were going on first, pretty much nobody was there. Like your friends would show up, but even your friends would end up probably missing you sometimes. And they'd be like, nobody there. It's a couple of drunks coming in, hardcore fans, girlfriends. So then your job was to smooze the other 2 bands and their fans in the hopes that next time they would actually come earlier to see you guys.
Yeah.
But if you could get like a middle, or even if you could get the third, then people would be there like all show thinking you're like a headliner when you're just actually just as equal as the other 2 bands. You're just hoping that everybody brings their friends.
Yeah, this conversation, this kind of got me, because I've been thinking about something lately, and this conversation so far reminded me of something I saw. Because I saw that I don't pay for any of Lewis, whatever Lewis does. He's got some solo thing he does. It looks like, and I saw
Lewis
that
does.
Lewis.
Yeah, I have his newsletter. I haven't watched the solo pod. I have a bunch of them saved up in my inbox folder.
But I saw that he was like, and he's been really on one lately about just like fighting with people on Twitter. I've been seeing he's been very active in Twitter conflict lately.
Yeah,
and I saw he said
he threatened the head of the FBI.
That's the former head of the FBI.
Former, yeah,
or whatever his job was. But I saw that he was like trying to get people to listen. He said he was like posting something about how comedians and podcasters make money or something, like the business, comedy, which boo, snooze fests,
Yeah.
It made me think like, would be what's far more interesting, I think, and this is like would be my purview, is what is it like to have failed? What is it like to desperately try to make your dreams come true and never find purchase? And then what does that process look like? Because I mean, we've heard people bloviate ad nauseum about like, their success and the business and the craft, but what is it like? Getting asked to do a bringer, and the booker didn't realize he double booked you, and you sold all those tickets to your friends and family, and you get there, and he does not have time for stage time for you. What does that process look like?
I just pulled up Lewis Journal podcast 35. It looks like it's just that he's announcing that Skankfest X will be once again in New Orleans, November 13th through the 15th at the Mardi Gras World. So they're doing
forever.
Yeah, they're bringing it back. They're rewinding. I think everybody knew this. They tried to throw a couple of Misdirects, but I don't see what this week's about. I don't know if it was something he posted on. He must have posted something on X.
There's been a deluge of Lewis tweets the last several days. Like, he's been really combative. It must be all the adaptogens and nootropics coursing through his veins that have got him fired up to do battle with people on Twitter.
I've been off Twitter for the most part. I hit it maybe I wake up in the morning, get to 5 or 6 and hit it for like 10 minutes. But I've been playing, I took the whole day off and I just been playing chess on my phone.
Nice.
Laying around, drinking water, playing chess. I folded my laundry, which I did so I washed it last Sunday and I folded it today.
Dude, there's times I don't even fold it, dude. It's just like, I got the dirty clothes hamper, and then I got the clean pile. Clean pile's in the office chair.
Yeah.
While I'm in bed, and then when I need to use the chair, the clean pile goes on the bed, and I move it back and forth as need be.
I think I've explained this before, but I have 3 like these dollar tubs that I bought at like $5 Below or something. They sit in my closet. One's got towels, one's got whites, and one's got colors. I like everything separated by color.
Like the offspring.
Yeah. And then so I take them, I get them washed, I put them back in those buckets, and then they come home. So if I don't fold those, the laundry just keeps ending up on the floor. So today it was just like all my area had like laundry piled up. So I'm like, all right, I'm turning it into a teen girl. I need to fold my laundry and put the dirty laundry into these buckets.
Yeah, I got a system. Yeah, it's the new dirty laundry's on the floor, and then the old dirty laundry's in the hamper.
Yeah.
And then the clean clothes are in a pile on the chair. And then, but then when I need the chair,
you basically you must have read the Tim Ferriss's 4-hour work week.
Yeah, this is one of my atomic habits.
Yeah,
one of the atomic habits that I embody is the
way of laundry. Scott Adams, thank you for all the stuff you've taught me and Dalton over the years, such as how to move our laundry around systematically.
Yeah, it's the laundry system for optimizing your work week.
Yeah.
So
I don't know what it is. Like as I get older, I mean, some of it's got to be mental health or stress or something, but I cannot just bring myself to fold the laundry when I bring it home.
Dude, I don't want to do shit.
Yeah.
Like the things that I need to do that would make my life better and not as like tense. I just don't. For whatever reason, I don't want to do it. Like, dude, my nightmare is that fitted sheet on the mattress.
Yeah,
like washing sheets, and then the chore that is putting the fitted sheet back on the mattress. It's like I'd really just sleep on the floor.
I don't mind that stuff.
I'll never sleep on the bed again.
I don't mind that stuff. Now that I've quit caffeine and now that I'm trying to stay hydrated, my energy levels are back up. Prior to that, when I was like really hooked on caffeine, I was so tired all the time and so like not sleeping and just dulled that I was afraid to take the fitted sheets and the stuff off my bed to wash it, because if I had like a sleep attack, I was like, well, then I'll be forced to actually have to put the laundry back on the bed.
Right.
And I don't know if I want to take a nap. And so since I won't have enough energy to put it back on once it's washed, I just can't wash it. Does that make sense? Like, you know what I mean? When you just like, I might want to be in bed later. So if I wash these now, I have to be awake for at least 2 hours.
Right.
You know?
Dude, Sal was telling me one time that, and I've never even done this, that like the act of doing laundry, like washing the sheets, is already so much work that by the time it's done, like he doesn't want to have to immediately put the fitted sheet on. So he said he still will just sleep on the bare mattress to rest up to work up regain the energy to then put the fitted sheet on.
It's crazy because like 2024, I was crushing life, dude, full of energy, full of excitement. I felt like nothing could stop me or slow me down. And 2025 just literally sucked the soul out of me, like there's some sort of like religious war going on or something. So I don't know if it's social media. I've been off social
The
media
second Trump
recently.
presidency, dude. It's the inauguration all the way up through now, dude. It's exhausting.
I wasn't super energized. Like I was super psyched on Biden though.
No, I
So
mean,
it's
yeah, I've
like,
never been like too enthusiastic about any president, but I don't know, man. I'm just speculating what it could be because
I
everybody's.
do think some of it is like the inflation has gotten out of control.
I've inflated.
So it's like if you hyper focus on that stuff, it does become pretty exhausting. Dude, my algorithm, dude, they're feeding you depression algorithm on Twitter.
Oh yeah, that's what makes money, dude. Is fomenting discontent.
Oh, all right. I got a plan. I got a plan for us and the fans here.
Drew
Guys,
$2.
Can we call
Paul Kevin? I don't want to bother Kevin. I mean, maybe, but thank you for the money.
Yeah, thank you for the super chat. Here, I got an idea, right? Everybody in chat, listen up. It's going to take all the teamwork here, and it's going to take Dalton. We're going to have to hydrate Dalton up, use his English degree. He's going to enter the article contest on X. He's going to win $1 million.
Yes.
He's going to take this $1 million and launch a meme coin.
No.
Where me and you guys are the seed wallets. We're going to pump and dump one huge meme coin.
We're going to do a rug pull together.
Do a rug pull as a team.
That way none of the fans are mad at me.
Yeah, it's going to be like Ocean's 11, but for retards.
Yeah, we get all the fans of the show in on the rug pull, so that way none of my audience is mad at me. They get to be part of the rug pull, and it's everyone else is mad at me.
Yeah, and then we just disappear.
Yeah, we each make $4,000, and that's easy living, dude. you go away and disappear off the map.
No. You're gonna have $1 million. You're gonna have your $1 million.
I'll have the $1 million.
So you'll be able to hire some good Indian scammers to help us put this together with some marketing.
Right.
We can really pump it. Then they'll scam us on your $1 million.
I don't think it takes $1 million to make a meme coin. I think you could. I don't know what it takes, to be honest. I've never looked into like what it would take to actually make one myself because I've never wanted to be part of the process of actually making one.
Yeah. I was thinking about it, but you would need. I don't know who I would use as a seed wallet because I wouldn't mind making a legitimate token for my YouTube channel and stuff.
Well, let's get into
the fans that get in early have some benefits of being helping support the show as time goes on.
Let's get into it, folks. This is what it's all about here. We're talking crypto at the Billionaire Podcast Network. Fill her up. So that is what's happening. What you're describing. The meme coins are evolving. In fact, at this point, I think the term meme coin would be a misnomer. Now that the meme thing kind of already ran its course, like the just creating something out of nothing and a bunch of scammers getting rich off that. That kind of has I guess it still exists to some degree, but now there's this concerted effort to innovate or evolve what they are so that they exist beyond just memes. And so there is a lot of new implementation of various utilities or tokenization that makes them more than just a meme, just like a silly picture of a dog or whatever. There's one that I'm holding right now. It's still to be seen how it goes, but I've been scalp trading it actually. I would sold on a pump, bought a dip, sold a pump. It's been fun, but now I'm just holding it, and it's called Lumen. And it's the tokenization of an AI that this guy built that he calls Lumen. That he's trying to develop hardware for the AI and make it into a bicentennial man.
Okay,
so it's this extended AI project that this guy has, where he's got a Raspberry Pi and all this hardware that he's trying to make. He's trying to.
Sounds delicious.
It does sound delicious.
Guy sounds good.
I tried to order one. And
You
I
were
said,
like, wait a minute.
$70 for a pie? This better be a good pie.
Everything you know about crypto, you've slowly been learning by misinformation.
Yeah, I mean, I learned best through pie.
You're like, what? Oh, no. Wait, this guy's got a Raspberry Pi. Wait, there's a dip. Blue chips, like the corn. Yeah.
I love that. I love that when I go to a Tex-Mex restaurant, they bring a bowl of chips and then one of them's blue or green. It's like they have like an errant colored chip.
Yeah. Usually, so there's a red, blue, and yellow. Right. Those are the three that I've seen.
It's like Pokemon,
like the dark maroon, purple, like maize type.
Yeah. Yes, you could buy it because I mean, you can go to the store and buy a bag of blue chips, bag of like different colored chips, yeah. And the colors, like you have the standard white corn, yellow corn, and then blue and green, red. Yeah, those would be the colors. Really,
it's funny. I was watching Pandatron earlier, and he does like all the clips. The fans can go in. And everybody that tunes in here, most of you guys were over with Pandatron earlier, but if you weren't, Pandatron streams on Saturdays, live stream Saturdays before Cornfed. And I was like, man, I don't have anything for planned. What are Dalton and I going to do tonight? And then it's amazing. We log on. We're 16 minutes deep.
And we're talking
nonstop, right off the floor. We're right into the chips, which made me think, have you tried the new Doritos? The chemical free Doritos? I can't find them anywhere.
No.
You know what I'm talking about though, right?
Right.
The European Doritos.
The NKD naked, they're called. I've not tried those, no.
It's so crazy because first of all, it's still junk food. It's just better for you. But it's crazy how in the United States, like they're like you go there and you have to pay extra for organic food. So it's like they're like, all this food is poison. If you want organic, you can pay a little bit extra. Is basically what they're saying. Like all Doritos are poisonous. We're gonna make a poison-free one if you're interested in that.
Right, but the thing, I mean, so much of junk foods, like the appeal is the visuals. So if you take away the incandescent orange of the Dorito, it's not even appealing to me anymore.
I don't know. I eat I get the sweet chili every now and again.
Those are good.
They're too expensive. They're not as satisfying. Nothing seems as satisfying as the price. Like very few things that I buy that I'm like, that was definitely worth what I paid.
Chips and shit now is so fucking expensive, and it's not worth it. It's not set because I mean the thing with chips and junk, like that kind of junk food, those snacks, they're not filling. They're not by design. They're not satisfying. They're made so that you are addicted to them. You just eat a bunch of them, and then you go, "Oh, I'm out. Now I got to go buy more." But they're just. I mean, they're too expensive now for like for something that does not satiate you.
Yeah, you know what is kind of worse is like if you're gonna get. So I've been trying to stop. I've been packing a lunch, but I do a lot of driving, and there's nothing better. If you don't abuse it, then filling the gas up and being like, okay, filled my gas up. I earned one gas station snack. Let me go in here and decide what type of, do I want sweet, savory? What am I going to get? And the prices are hyper inflated. It's like ridiculous. Like it's twice as much if you just went to the grocery store. Like a can of Coke Zero is like I think it's $2.69 or $3.49, depending on how far north I am.
Go to the fountain.
And then, no, but if I go to the grocery store here, I can get a 1 liter of Coke Zero for $1.69.
Oh, you get the ball, dude. When I buy Coke, I get usually the places I go will have a deal on 12 packs. So like there's a grocery store near me, like one 12 pack is like $10. But if you buy 3, then it's $6 each. Yeah,
I've been trying not to buy it and keep it in the house. I've been doing it like for a treat. Once a week. You know what is kind of worth it still though? It's cheap enough. Is a bag of Mike and Ike's. So you have like they're not family sized, but they're enough for the sweet tooth. But I think they're like $1.
You ever had the kosher ones?
They're $1.69, $1.89. Kosher Mike and Ike's.
Yeah.
What they cut the tips off?
No, They cut the tips off, and they're called something else.
Yeah. Oh, the kikes.
Yeah.
It's 20 minutes in. I don't know if we get away with it. I was thinking of the what's the Choo Choo Charlie ones? They're licorice.
What?
The remember Choo Choo Charlie was the name. It was a different type of.
Charlie?
They were like black licorice with like whatever, but it's not Mike and Ike's. It's the other one.
Good and Plenty?
Yes, Good and Plenty. Let me pull this. This
Yeah.
is first thing of the night. We're gonna pull up here. We're gonna watch Choo Choo Charlie in Good and Plenty.
I don't even know. I don't know Choo Choo Charlie's. Dude,
I barely remember this from my childhood. I haven't thought about this in probably 20 years.
There is a really funny licorice candy that you know you've had Dots, the like fruit gummies, the little gumdrop Dots. You know Dots?
Oh, they're like little Hershey's Kisses, but with like
they're like little gumdrops. They're like different fruit flavors.
Oh yeah.
They're called Dots. There's a variant of Dots that's just black licorice, and they're called Crows. And the mascot on the box is like a Mr. Bojangles, like a crow, but it's like a minstrel thing. It's like a blackface crow, like with a top hat and a cane. And, this is a good candy.
All right, let me find this here. Let me share screen.
$5 from Howling Kenny Rogers. Dalton, can you please play the scene from Canadian Bacon when Stephen Wright describes the prisoner's crimes? Yeah, we'll cue that up for later.
So I don't even remember watching these, but I remember all my cousins that were older than me singing this. I think this actually came out in the 1950s.
Yeah,
this was
you were already in your 20s at that
point. yeah. I was already Candy was for children by that time,
right?
No, Michael Hall Moxie is probably the grossest thing ever. I got a hold of some as a kid.
Pennies.
I wasn't allowed to have soda as a child, and so when I got older, like old enough to like start sneaking stuff, I saw Moxie in my grandmother's closet. And I was like, oh, I'm going to steal some soda. And then I sold some. I'm like, oh, this is the grossest thing ever. I'm never drinking soda. So I didn't drink soda until my late teens because I thought it was gross and it all tastes like Moxie.
Yeah, I heard Moxie tastes like pennies.
It tastes like root beer, but they picked the wrong root. Okay. All right. So here's Choo Choo Charlie. I forget what this sounds like, but let's listen up here. Yeah, let me get some volume here.
It's upon a time there was an engineer. Choo Choo Charlie was his name, we hear. He had an engine and he sure had fun. He used Good and Plenty candy to make his train run.
Charlie says,
love my Good and Plenty.
Charlie says, really makes the bell. Charlie says, love my Good and Plenty. Don't know any other candy that I love so well.
Hungry for more candy?
Yeah, so
my cousins were born into no
this
longer
isn't even my cousins. This is like my parents and my aunts and uncles would sing this.
Remember what they took from you.
Yeah.
Return.
Yeah. But yeah, so Good and Plenty's, that's the one that I was thinking. Oh, by the way, guys, if you haven't watched this week's Arena of Ideas, Dalton, Robbie had some really good guests on. Definitely throwback episode.
We had Mike Figs and Nick Oldershaw on the show.
Yeah. So all the old school fans going to love this week's Arena of Ideas. So go check that out and make sure you subscribe to the BPN network, Cornfed with Dalton Pruitt, Patreon, and Arena of Ideas Patreon.
Patreon is patreon.com/Cornfed with Dalton Pruitt. The Patreon for Arena of Ideas is patreon.com/The Arena of Ideas. And if you want to buy some merchandise, you go to the website for the Billionaire Podcast Network is bpnmart.com. We got shirts, we got magnet, mouse pad, stickers. incredible, the best merchandise in podcasting and online content is
What
at
I would do
mark.com.
if I was you guys, I would buy as much of the Arena of Ideas black and white t-shirts as you can at $38.
Because we're never selling those. We're never making that design again.
Then next year, because of hyperinflation, they'll be like $52. Then you sell them at Skankfest for $52.
That's called arbitrage.
You pocket the rest. It's called arbitrage. You know,
It's called albatross.
this is financial advice, guys.
It's called Andros. You might know it from Star Fox.
I think this is a pretty good one here.
Yeah,
I think this is that the ladies would like to put in their
see
laptop.
Check it out. Here it is in action, folks. The Cornfed sticker. Take a look at this. How do I look at that? It's right there on my Stanley cup. It's a beautiful sticker. The artwork is drawn by a friend of the show, Chris Elliott.
You know, it's funny.
Art of _Chris on social media.
Want to know how retarded my brain has become?
Sure.
I was going to say, hey, ladies, you should buy this. It would be great. And you should put it on your Stanley mug for the ladies. But now thinking back, you've already mentioned this like 3 weeks in a row.
The Stanley Cup thing was a lady thing virally for a little bit, but it's a quality product. It's good for dudes too. I got RC 0 in here right now. And it keeps it cold.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. I don't have any special mugs like that, but I can see if they work well. I guess the guy version of that is Yeti, the Yeti coolers and the Yeti mugs.
But it's the same kind of design.
Tiffany said she's got a Yeti in thing. So
yeah,
maybe the Stanley is manly and Yeti is for
it's just fucking
the ladies.
Insulated cups that are good at keeping drinks cold. Because this and it's like a good it's sturdy. I just always got it with me, and it keeps everything cold. So like I can fix me a soda, ice cold soda late at night.
It fits in your cup holder.
Fits in the cup. The Stanley Cup is designed to fit in the cup holder because there's other cups like this that have like a similar design or whatever, but they're too big at the base that they don't fit cup holders. So the people at Stanley said, "We're gonna make. What if there was a cup that fit in the cup holder?"
Yeah.
So yeah, it fits in the cup holder, and I could fix me an ice cold soda at like 9-10 o'clock at night, and if I go to bed. Wake up in the morning, first thing I take a sip out of my Stanley, I still have ice cold RC cola.
I was thinking about this because we claim you'll hear Gen X and you'll see millennials online saying we never drank water. Right.
Yeah.
And now it's all about hydration. But I'm thinking back, it's like we did, it just wasn't as big as a deal. So I did. When I was a child, it was the hose.
Like from the water hose.
We did drink from
didn't
the
know
water
where
hose.
we were.
Yeah, that is all true. But I'm thinking back at going to the gym, and all we would just do is buy I think it was like store brand was probably like 49 cents, 59 cents. Poland Springs was probably like 89. You would just buy a gallon of water and just bring it to the gym, and everybody would have their gallon that they sipped on all day. And then you just had the bubbler. But back then, the tap water wasn't that bad. The tap water has consistently gotten worse.
I don't know. I still drink
over the
tap
years.
water.
It just depends where you live. I'm in New Hampshire. The tap water is decent here. Down in Providence, Rhode Island, East Providence Reservoir's got really good water. So if you're ever at the Comedy Connection in Rhode Island, you can get some good tap water. But I've also been to Pawtucket, Rhode Island, and they have, if you got a pint glass and you poured Pawtucket tap water into it and put ice in it, you could convince somebody you were drinking a Long Island iced tea. It's got a yellow tinge to it.
I mean, I'm not like, I guess I'm not particularly well traveled. I haven't been to a lot of places, but of the places I've been, places I've lived, of anywhere I've been, the only town I've been to where the tap water was just not undrinkable was is Amarillo, Texas. That's the only city I've ever been in that every single place you go, if you try to drink tap water, it tastes like farts because they have like some sulfur thing going on there. That the tap water is, I get, and I was told it's not like bad for you, it's not going to kill you, but
Yep.
it just tastes like shit. So that's the only place I've been where the tap water was something you just could not stomach.
You do notice it too, where like when I traveled around, and I'm not like a world traveler, but I had a couple of years where I traveled a lot in some condensed areas. The craziest part is hard versus soft water. But I did find a couple places that did have like sulfur smelling water with a lot of minerals in it. But worse was places that don't have any minerals in the water.
Oh, and it feels like you're never clean when you take a shower.
Yeah, like you have to use the smallest amount of soap because if you don't, it feels like it's stuck on your skin.
I've experienced that. It's like it's not painful. What's the word I'm looking for?
Just irritable,
irritating,
yeah,
super irritating that you lather up and you like you could be in the shower for an hour and you're like I still ain't got this fucking soap off.
It reminds me of those prank videos. You ever see the prank videos where it's like a bodybuilder?
Yeah, I saw.
He's trying to shower at the beach.
Yeah,
let's pull that up.
Folks, we're watching clips.
This is going to be some premium content.
Well, here, I'll field this question right here. $5 from Howling Kenny Rogers. Do you think the bull run of gold, silver, along with every useful thing being physically mined, i.e., lithium, continues through 2026? I don't know about gold, silver. There does seem to be a lot of like renewed interest in gold and silver. Like, there's always been.
Oops, my bad. So
I mean, there's always been the kinds of guys who believe in gold and silver, who like that's their thing, is buying physical assets in the form of precious metals and just holding on to that forever. So, I mean, their day has come, it looks like. I mean, I guess as long as there's still economic uncertainty and drastic shifts in the market, then gold and silver will keep going up. Especially if it looks like we're going to go to war or anything like that, who knows? I know I can say with some degree of certainty that lithium will keep going up. I mean, I'm not entirely certain, but I do stay abreast of lithium because I have, I'm invested to some degree. I'm also just something I'm interested in. And so I'm trying to keep up to date with the project I'm invested in, which is a company called Standard Lithium. The ticker is SLI. Because a few years ago, they discovered this huge reserve of lithium right here in America, all along southwest Arkansas and East Texas, and they call it the Smackover Project. And so Standard Lithium is one of the companies that is building out the infrastructure and is going to be doing the extraction for the Smackover, this huge reserve all across Arkansas and Texas. And they, the last like 3 years, they've just been building, the facility and getting all the equipment. They haven't even begun mining it. But late in 2025 and even now in 2026, the stock has been doing really well. Like it pumped late in 2025 and it's still holding above $5. So like when I first bought it, my average cost was $1.84. And so I'm in the green quite a bit on this. I'm pretty happy with it. And so they're projected to begin extraction in 2027. So I think lithium, I guess you could say I'm bullish on lithium. I could see it continuing to go up. Especially with this new demand, like this increased demand for GPUs, like NVIDIA and all that all the RAM and stuff is going toward these data centers. So the supply on GPUs and RAM is starting to decrease. The demand's going up. Prices are increasing for RAM, and then like retail computer users can't afford their PCs no more. And so the solution to that is built, being able to make more RAM and more GPUs, and what's needed for that, lithium.
Have you ever like started researching like the economy and stuff, and what the elites and what all these hedge funds and people are up to, and then if you go deep enough down the rabbit hole, you're like, oh, I'm just gonna kill myself. I'm gonna kill myself.
Oh, sure, that was kind of one of the things that was like driving me nuts when I was going through my little mental break. Was that like I was like starting to like really get into like looking into what is actually the financial sector, and what is a hedge fund, all these different things.
It's worse than corruption. It's a Ponzi scheme. It's a scumbag. It's so scummy what they're doing. I was like, I didn't even know where to put my anger while I was researching.
Yeah, it's such an abstraction. Like, it's the scary thing is that it's like, you know how like if you ever read like a Lovecraft story, it's like the horror of it is that it's like unknowable. That like you can't even understand what it is you're looking at, and it drives you to madness. Looking at blue out there in the water.
I wish I wasn't understanding. So like Mitt Romney, remember him?
Sure. Oh, hold on, Dave. Can you denounce Sumo Dog real quick? He posted on Truth Social that you look like a filthy traffic cone.
Yeah, I denounced Sumo Dog for posting on Truth Social that I look like a filthy traffic cone.
Thank you, Helen Kenny Rogers. Yeah, I remember Mitt Romney. He's like the Mexican Mormon guy.
Yeah, so I know a lot about him because he was here. He did Romney Care prior to Obamacare in Massachusetts, and I was living in Massachusetts at the time. And basically, when Romney Care hit, the prices went so high, I lost my insurance. Like I couldn't keep up with paying for insurance. So I had to eventually sign up for government insurance in the bottom tier and get much worse insurance at like a much higher price. But anyways, you remember he was like a venture capitalist. So they would go in and they would find these companies. And it's crazy. So they find a company and then they borrow money against that company. So the company keeps getting in bigger and bigger debt.
Oh, this is private equity.
Yeah, private equity. And they keep paying themselves off of this debt. And then eventually that company owes a shit ton of stuff. It's in debt. And hopefully the cash flow helps them break even or make a little bit as they restructure so they can keep pulling out. Eventually it gets so big that company usually has to go bankrupt. So before it goes bankrupt, they would sell it to a third party individual. And then they would restructure or whatever. And all these people would get rich off of like creating no value. Well, they started getting so bad that no one would buy them. So what they did is two people that were doing the same thing and had these two shitty companies that they had fucking picked all the meat off of the bones would sell them to each other under different names and then take out more credit on them. And so now it's so bad that those guys can't even do that anymore. So all these companies up at the top that they won't let you know who's in charge of them because it would cause so much turmoil.
Sure.
That are nothing but debt piled on top of debt, piled on top of debt that keeps getting borrowed. And they have to lobby to get certain things done within the government because they're so big that they can't fail. But they're companies supposedly that we're heavily involved with. I don't know exactly who they are, but like, for example, Amazon never turns a profit. They lose money every year.
I've heard that that's the thing in tech or startups or whatever you want to call it, that the money is in valuation, not actual revenue.
Yeah.
So as long as you never realize any sort of tangible profits, but that there's this constant, this recurring valuation that it somehow works out that the company is never actually like technically never turning a profit, but the valuation is greater than it was.
Yeah. So then they can borrow money against what the evaluation is on products and value that's never been actually created for the public. And so just about all businesses in the U.S. that are the corporate high level, the multi-structural ones, are running on this business model where debt is GDP. So they're not actually producing or creating any value for society. They're just moving numbers around.
Brandmuel's right. Well, Silicon Valley's a different thing made by Mike Jugs, but
Mike Bugs.
yeah. But the show Silicon
Silicon.
Valley, that is one of the plots in that show that they do describe that. Like they go, I guess Mike Judge understands there's some, somebody in that writer's room knew what they were doing or did the research, because there's this whole plot in the show where this tech startup, and he's talking about like, generating actual revenue, and then the guy they're working with is like, no, you don't actually want to create like revenue. You want the valuation. And so that's like the whole plot of that show with like this their startup venture, the main guys. So yeah, that is like the weird corporate scheme now with all these like open AI and these companies you keep hearing about, is that it's nothing but debt getting passed around between them. They're all just like throwing around the same $1 trillion between each other, and no one's actually creating any profit or making any money. But they're these are the companies that are holding up the economy just based on valuation.
So OpenAI is supposedly doing so poorly because they didn't meet any of their projections that they have to start doing advertising now.
I saw that.
Now, the good news is, or the bad news is, and it makes sense, is like they claim that none of the data that you put in, like if you have a temporary chat open, that the chat won't remember any of the stuff. But I tested way in the beginning where I deleted all my chats, told it not to remember anything about me, don't remember anything about the past, wiped my whole chat GPT, and then asked the question, and it knew everything about me still. So the good news is, if you were an advertiser, is they'll be able to do highly focused.
Telling me I can't trust Sam Altman?
Yeah. So if you were an advertiser, you would be able to do extremely like niche down direct advertising to people because they've stolen so much data.
Dude, did you see?
But as a user, they've stolen all your data.
This isn't exactly that, but it was like an interesting, just on accident, what could possibly happen with what you're describing. So that show Pluribus on Apple TV, one of the best shows out right now. The protagonist of the show is named Carol, and the premise is that the rest of the Earth, except for her and like 12 other people, has been assimilated into this hive mind. And so when the rest of Earth is talking to her, they say like, we love you, Carol. Like, and they're everywhere she goes, they're, all the signage and addressing of anybody is they address her by name.
Yeah.
So there's like scenes in the show, like there's a scene where she's driving into Vegas, and it says like, "Welcome to Vegas, Carol." And so the story I saw was that this lady had one of them like Samsung smart refrigerators that is like a computer screen on the fridge, and she got an ad for the show that said something Carol.
Yeah,
she thought
that it was for her.
It sent her into psychosis. Like she
because her name was Carol. Because her name was Carol. Yeah.
And so it actually triggered a psychotic episode in her, because she's like, my Samsung refrigerator's talking to me. So I could see that if they, because there's all these stories even now with AI, these chatbots, people developing this weird new psychosis from them, that once advertisers get involved, that's only going to ramp up as Downey tries to figure out how to individually by name sell you fabric softener.
It's crazy. I think I told you this. What I was I was probably like 25 at the time. So this is 25 years ago. My buddy who got 1600 on his SATs, perfect score in the SATs, who was a twin, called me to go get beers, and he brought me a coding manual. And he was like, dude, learn how to code. This is the future. I'm telling you, I'm making so much money right now. And he's like, eventually in the future, we're working on advertising that's so precise that you'll like turn on a TV show and the guy's wearing a hat. And if you look at that hat, it'll recognize your eyes and send you advertising to buy that hat. And so eventually they might be able to even get rid of commercials because everything will just be woven in. And he knew about this 25 years ago. So like they've been working on this behind the scenes for a long time now.
It drives me nuts because I'm not gonna claim that I'm not susceptible to advertising because advertising is so prominent that of course I succumb to advertising in some way. Like it does have work on me in probably imperceptible ways. But it's like the overt advertising that really like aggravates me and makes me not want to buy shit. And the like most recent use I've seen of that, similar to what you're describing, is on Amazon. Like if you have Amazon Prime, and I guess I don't have the big baller Amazon Prime subscription. I got the one that has ads. I'll be watching Fallout. And then, like, when it cuts to commercial.
No, they changed it like a year and a half ago, maybe 2 years. You have to pay an additional $3.99 to get rid of commercials now.
Right. So, yeah. So, I'll be watching, like, that Fallout show. And when it cuts to a commercial, it'll try and, like, through the app, through the Amazon Prime TV app, get me to add the shit to my cart that's in the commercial. And I'm like, I'm not trying to buy toothbrushes right now. Like, don't. I'm not. No. Don't give me like. Just give me the chance to at least go to the store at some point. But no, they're like, yeah, they're implementing this from what I've seen on Amazon. The thing of like, go ahead and buy it right now. We got it here for you. You can add it to your cart right now. But that kind of thing actually just like irritates me where I don't want to support that business at all. But. Yeah. There's other ways that advertising gets me.
Well, I was going to say, fast forward from my buddy telling me that at the Chieftain in North Attleboro, great Irish bar if you're ever in the area. But I was listening to Ricky Gervais' radio show, I guess it was.
No real. Oh, yeah. I'm not even a man in the sky.
Did you ever listen to the one with him? It's Steve and Carl Pilkington.
Those were fun. Yeah, I mean, those interactions, like that show was really funny.
Well, they used to bag on Carl Pilkington all the time, and then you fast forward,
they would be nothing without Carl.
So much he said was true, and one thing he was telling them, he said, "Yeah, I think in the future they'll have like augmented reality. We can like put on glasses, and even though it'll be bad around you, it'll look good." And there'll probably be like advertisements and stuff when you look at whatever. And they're like, oh my God, Carl, you're
fucking idiot.
You're an idiot, Carl. How would that even work? You're mad. You're bloody mad.
Yeah, they would all. Yeah, they were always like so incredulous about everything he said, and would just ridicule him for probably like the most thought-provoking things anyone in that room had ever said.
Dude, the diary used to just fucking crack me up. Carl's diary, when they used to read it, was so good.
Yeah, dude. Ricky Gervais sucks so much now that it makes you wonder, was he ever even good? He's like such a just punishing person to try and just to see and hear what he has to say, that you go, was this motherfucker ever even entertaining at all? Like,
I don't know. Like,
the American Office is better.
Yeah, so like they did the American Office definitely wouldn't exist without the original. And then like there is something like he did stuff like Extras, and Extras led to some really other good things, like the dude that was like I don't know what you call it, but it's like similar to the mockumentary type stuff. But I guess that all goes back to Rob Reiner.
The show with Warwick Davis, which I've never actually watched, but the clips I've seen, look funny.
Yeah, him and Carl always worked well together. I like those. I tried to watch that new TV show that Carl did, and the premise is really good, but it's slow, like because it's British, and my brain is too rotted to enjoy it. But it's a good premise. It's basically he's in the show twice. He plays himself, and then he plays his inner critic. So there's a lot of cut scenes where he's actually arguing with himself in the same screen.
Oh, okay.
And he's just trying to live his life in mayhem.
Very conceptual.
Yeah. But he's just like like it's a simple thing too, kind of like Seinfeld or Curb Your Enthusiasm, where this simple task that he starts the day off and he never stands up for himself. So things get deeper and deeper and deeper. And the confident guy, which is played by him as well, is constantly screaming in his ear to no, don't do this. But he does it anyways, and he just kind of like concedes. And I was like, oh, maybe this will peak where they actually at some point merge or swap roles or something.
Right.
But I couldn't make it that far. But Idiot Abroad, really good. Probably one of my favorite travel shows ever. If you've never watched it.
That was a fun show.
I think it was funny. Yeah.
We got $5 from. By the way, folks, keep these super chats coming. Can you guys please denounce Sumo Dog for lobbying state congressmen / women? I'm in favor of a dystopian police. I think he meant to say in favor.
Yeah.
Dystopian police say, well, yeah, I suppose I denounce Sumo Dog for that.
You guys are gonna send Swedes into psychosis.
$4.99 from Drew Huntley. Sumo Dog's Truth Social account was hacked. Let the legal team figure this out before attacking an innocent until proven guilty. Good boy.
Yeah, thanks for the super chats, guys.
By the way, I watched a movie recently called Good Boy. I don't know if anyone saw the previews or read about it. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this?
No.
There's a horror movie that came out last year called Good Boy, and the protagonist is a dog. It's a Nova Scotia duck tolling retriever.
By the way, now I just look like I escaped prison now that I took the hat off.
And I forget what the dog's name was in the movie.
Good Boy.
It was an conceptually fun movie because it's all from the perspective of the dog. That there's this like haunted house story happening. This like some sort of ghost or possession thing is happening to this dog's owner.
Oh, it's a 2025 film too.
Yeah, but it's all from like the level of the dog. So just imagine like what a dog's point of view would be like in any horror movie, in like an Amityville movie or something. And that's kind of the idea, is that throughout the entire movie, you don't really get any idea of what's happening. It's just from where the dog is. And so the dog is just trying to protect his owner, but there's ghosts. And it was actually like it was pretty cool how they went about doing it, where
I got the trailer.
It's like the guy, the owner would go and do shit, and slowly he's like getting possessed, or some ghost thing is happening to him, and the whole time the dog is just like freaking out.
Someone said Ernest the dog.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so it's like it was actually like a pretty like because a lot of people were saying it's like Courage, the Cowardly Dog, but it's not really, because Courage was a cartoon first off, but you would get the perspective of Courage, Muriel, and Eustace. Whereas in this movie, the only times you have any idea of what's going on with the human character is when he's with the dog. But then, like, if he leaves the house, now you're just in the house with the dog as the audience watching it. And then, so it's just imagine how lost and confused a dog would feel as his owner is becoming possessed by demons. And that's kind of what the movie is.
I got the trailer here. We're going to watch that.
Yeah,
I also have the bodybuilder guy. All right. So let me get the volume up here.
Your number one trailers.
Is this it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it looks kind of independent almost.
Yeah, it was really cheap. I think it's like this guy's actual dog. Like he just had an
I like
idea to make
movies
a
like
movie.
this. It is scary.
It was a cool dog.
Yeah, this builds tension too. This is pretty cool concept.
Dog is good in the movie. The
Yeah.
dog's a good actor.
I guess I'm next. I should never have come here.
Yeah, that's cool. Is it? I thought it was like for a movie made for like $100. I thought they pulled it off pretty well. And it was just fun. You know, it was fun to hang out with a dog for like an hour.
And I can see how that would build suspense because there's no dialogue and you're kind of,
There's there's dialogue, but you only get kind of like snippets of what's going on.
but it's more of a show don't tell type movie, unlike a lot of what's going on today.
Yeah, it was a cool dog too. I've never seen that breed before. I had to look it up. It's a Nova Scotia duck tolling retriever.
Yeah, it kind of looked like a gold. It looked like a golden.
Yeah.
I forgot. I wanted to bring up.
I didn't think it was like particularly scary. I just thought it was like the execution of that premise. They did it like pretty well. I was like, oh, I get it. Like it's all just I'm as confused as this dog is. I'm wondering what's going on. The same as the dog.
I've been watching. I don't watch the.
Can you play that again? How about this? Oh, I do have to because Howling Kenny Rogers asked for this. Let's play this. This is the Stephen Wright scene from Canadian Bacon, which wasn't this directed by Michael Moore? I think it was Michael Moore, right?
Have some fudge. Just leave me alone.
Didn't you hear him? We're your worst nightmare.
My worst nightmare involved a pack of rabid wolves. I was stuck somewhere in the Yukon, and there were tall, skinny rabbits, and they were drinking heavily.
Just shut up. We want your prisoner. Now, where is she?
I don't know what you're talking about. Hey,
It's about what we're talking about. And enough of that ape business. Learn how to talk right, understand?
We got ways of making you pronounce the letter O.
I want my honey. I'll get the keys for the cells now. Now! Easy. Easy. Okay, Mr. Canuck. Mr. Two-time World Series winner. Hey, what's that fancy move?
Funny because John Candy actually is Canadian.
this is all the prisoners we have.
Is he?
This man was arrested for putting regular gas into an unleaded tank.
Where do you think you're going?
Going over to show you the next guy.
All right, nice and easy. One step at a time, buddy.
This man was arrested for being in too many bad moods.
I got you covered. I got you covered. I got you covered, buddy.
This man raided a company, merged it with his conglomerate, and then fired all the employees. Get away from the bar.
Go! Hold on, Jack. Now you tell us where Honey is. Let me paint a picture for you, buddy. She's petite, extremely beautiful, and heavily armed.
Wait, you mean the litter bug? They took her to the capital to give her a free mental health examination.
Good. The capital, Toronto.
No, the capital of Canada is Ottawa.
Yeah, right. Do we look that stupid? Ottawa.
Nice try, Dudley.
All right, boys. We're going to Toronto.
Oh, that was
Very
good.
good.
I don't think I've ever actually watched that movie.
I wanted to. We can watch the thing again, but
I got a question because it's like I know like John Candy was really big guy,
yeah.
fat, and I know a thing or two about being fat, which I'm trying to fit. I'm working on it. I did exercise today, and I've been eating less, so you know I'm trying to fix it. But just knowing what it's like to be fat, like, do you think like how often do you think like when John Candy was making a movie on set, do you think he had doo-doo in his ass from poor wiping due to being fat?
Yeah, so this is so strange to me. I was actually thinking about this morning during breakfast. I was listening to Legion of Skanks, and Jordan Jensen was talking about shitting herself in Central Park. And I hear everybody constantly talking about shitting themselves, poor wiping skills, the joke about skid marks in their underwear. I've never had that issue. It's so foreign to me.
Oh, dude, I live with skids, but it's also just like, you know, when you're like really, really fat, when you're really overweight, wiping becomes much more arduous than it would be otherwise. And so it can become like, you know, you may not be cleaning up as much as you think you are. And then you'd be walking around later and you go, damn, my ass itches. And it's because you still got doo-doo ass. And John Candy was of a size, like he was probably what, like 400 pounds? You know, I just imagine that like on the set of Home Alone, he's sitting next to Catherine O'Hara.
And that's before butt wipes and all that stuff. Yeah.
Well, yeah, before America got bidets, before there was dude wipes, just, you know, maybe 2-ply, 3-ply for Hollywood actors.
Yeah.
So it must have been, there must have been so many instances when like there was just the smell of shit wafting off of John Candy's ass and nobody could say anything, you know.
This is such an like, I know Mark Maron joked around about this and saying that it's just 3 white guys talking about taking shits on podcasts. But 2 weeks, no, but I was also watching Sam Hyde and Nick, I forget his last name, Roche or whatever it is.
Yeah, Rochambeau.
Yeah, on Legion of Skanks from like last year or whatever. I was rewatching that, and they were joking around talking about how, you know, you wipe your ass and it's brown, white, red. So you keep wiping until your ass bleeds.
Yeah, no, I would not do that.
Everybody's like talking about this all the time, and I was like, this has never been a problem in my life. Like, but then again, you guys all make fun of me because I am very regular, and every morning I shower if I'm gonna, you know, if I'm dropping a deuce, I'm showering afterwards. I would say 95% of the time.
You try to shit just like at home then.
Yeah, but like that's what I don't understand.
So that's a home turf shit if you're showering afterwards.
Yeah, this is what I don't understand is like why so many people have so many emergencies. Because I'm so regular that I don't understand. I almost have like a Sheldon Cooper type schedule.
You must be on like the like bottom diet. Like the same diet that guys who get fucked in the ass eat.
It could be. Maybe the Greek diet is the bottom diet.
Well, they invented it. They invented it.
I do keep track of my protein intake and my fiber intake.
Oh, wow. $20. Hold on. What is this? I am a Nama, whoever this is. Thank you for the $20. The Idiot Abroad book was dope. Ricky Gervais radio show was tops. Cartoon version was even better. Okay, I'll agree. Hey, I'll agree with that for $20.
Yeah, so the cartoon version was fun when they did the clips like Monkey News and the diary and stuff. But some of what I enjoyed about
Monkey
similar,
News was at BET.
hey, same thing, similar to like Come Town. Part of what I liked about listening to the full episodes was like, you know, you're bored. It kind of lulls you into boredom, and you're like, oh, this app's gonna suck, and then you get hit with a banger. Whereas when you go to the cartoon clips, you they kind of like cherry pick the bangers out for you and turn them into cartoons.
Right.
They were still good, and the visual was still good. But
oh man,
I want to watch this since you're a Landman fan, and I didn't know that the daughter on Landman was so hot.
Oh yeah,
so I'd like to watch this clip. I saw this going around this week.
Well, hold on. Let me
Okay.
Hey, let me wipe up this shit talk. I don't. Well, first off, I don't wipe with a stick.
With a rag and a stick.
I never got fat enough for stick wiping. I did get to a point, and this was kind of what the final alarm that got me to start really making an effort to lose weight to get healthy. Was when it did start getting to a point where wiping was becoming like more difficult than it had ever been. Like I would like I would cramp up trying to reach my ass.
I hear Foley and Big J talking about it because I never thought about the plight of the large man. Right. And they both talk about at one point doing the Captain Morgan where they have to stand up and put like you stand up and you put one foot onto the bathtub.
I never did that.
Yeah, you got to stand up and put one foot on the bathtub to get in there.
Yeah, wiping was a pain. Wiping was a pain in the ass. Well, yeah. So yeah, I did get to a size for a little bit there where like I would get like a really bad stomach cramp trying to like reach my ass, and then I would have to like throw myself back to like work the cramp out, and then I have to go and try and wipe again.
Yeah.
And then I just couldn't even like do a thorough enough job, and so then I'd have like doo-doo ass, and I was like returning to the bathroom a couple times just to like do more wiping, just to like go, oh, I gotta do a rewipe. And so that was really where in my life where I said I'm getting too fat. This is now I've crossed into new territory that is really scary. And so I've, I guess like physically, I don't know how I probably look about the same to anybody who has seen me lately, but I have lost weight recently, and now I'm back to I can sufficiently and with some amount of ease wipe my own ass.
Yeah, when I see characters like Dave Blunt's, I'm like, there's no way that he's even cleaning properly, let alone wiping properly.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I also notice like, so even if you see a like a fit lady, right? Like somebody who's like, she's in shape. She's not overweight, whatever. They will be playing like, when you're like eating dinner with them or they're playing a board game or whatever, and their breasts are like touching the table or whatever.
Mm-hmm. That looks cool, yeah.
In my mind, I'm like, oh, that must feel weird. But for them, it's it's an extension of their body. So they're not recognizing it's no different that these big, tits are touching stuff.
Maybe, who knows, dude? It might be something that is causing them some amount of distress or that they're aware of.
What I was just thinking though, like, so when you're big though, right? Like it just becomes part of you. So you don't like recognize like when you're like,
no, my body's a prison.
So like when your gut's like hanging over your belt, right?
Yeah,
and it's like chafing.
Aware of the cage that I've entrapped myself in. With this flesh.
So is that constantly like on your mind?
No, I mean it's not like every second, but it definitely is like something I'm aware of with some regularity, because like when you're just like regular overweight, no, it's you're fine. Like just being kind of overweight, you still are capable of doing pretty much everything you need to do. But when you get like really fat, when you like really let yourself go and become very unhealthy. Then it's like life itself becomes much more demanding and exhausting. Just simple activities, just like walking down the street
Yeah.
or taking a shower, wiping your ass, like things you take for granted. Like when you get to a certain size, it definitely becomes much more of a hindrance. And that is why I don't understand the guys who let it go to where they get to be 4 or 5, 600 pounds, because it's so uncomfortable. It's like it's something you're just always aware of, and it makes itself known in so many ways that I couldn't imagine. I couldn't imagine just continuing down that path. Like I had to put my foot down and then put my other foot in front of that one and do that as much as I could. And I do that every day, and it's called walking.
Well, yeah. So I do remember. So I was never like super jacked from like bodybuilding, whatever. I did powerlifting, but when I did personal train, some of the people that also personal trained with me were training bodybuilders, and they were bodybuilders themselves. And they had to time their workout around their shits. And I thought it was because if they did squats or deadlifts or like they're exerting themselves, they would shit their pants.
Mm-hmm.
But it's because after they get pumped, they can't wipe their own ass until the blood dissipates out of the muscles because it gets too tight and strict. And until somebody told me that, I was like, oh, that makes sense, because I've been in situations where my arms are tight, but never that tight because I was never that big. But the guys that are fucking yoked to get like pumped can't wipe their own ass. So like it must but when you get to a certain weight, it's just so crazy because like there's a split second in time where you can wipe your ass, and then you grow just a split second fatter, and you can't.
Yeah, there is like a point of demarcation. There is like I can wipe my ass, and then one day, all of a sudden I can't reach my ass anymore. So
yeah,
it's now that I've experienced that in my life, when I see like really big fat guys now, like watching John Candy movies, I do wonder, like, I wonder if he just always had shit in his ass. Ralphie May, John Panette.
Well, that's as I listen into like all these podcasts between like Shane and Matt and Shane and Joe DeRosa and Skanks, and even like ladies that talk about their gross stuff. It's like so many people that aren't that fat are walking around with shit in their ass. So I'm pretty sure the fat people are out of like necessity.
I guess it's endemic to the West that there's shit in people's asses because we haven't fully adopted bidet technology.
I have. I'm living in a bidet world.
Dude, that turlet they got there at Gas Digital has like a really fancy bidet in it. It's got like one of the ass washer 9000s or some like really nice bidet, and that thing really was like brown eye opening, because I used it and I was like, damn, every toilet should have some version, maybe not one this nice, but because it's probably several $100s, but just like something to blast the doo-doo at your ass, because wiping is not like, once you experience the bidet, you realize like, oh, wiping is so inefficient.
I also think I didn't realize how many people just eat like absolute garbage. I eat what I think is not very healthy, and I could do better. But like, not to go too deep into bowel movements or whatever, it's crazy to me when I hear about people that are in.
Let's do another hour on shit.
They go. People need to hear this. Is important
We're talking shit.
When people go into the restroom and they need a long time in there to evacuate everything, it's like, oh, so you don't have bowel movements anymore too because you're unhealthy. Because for me, I go in there and there's an actual bowel movement that looks like the shape of my colon when I'm done. And I've been evacuated, and then I shower, and then I'm good for the day. I'm healthy. And there's people that are like, oh, I shit myself like walking to work. And you're like, why do you like, how do you not know that like there's one brewing? Like, what's going on with your body that you're so detached that you don't understand?
Well, if you're starting the day with like a McDonald's breakfast and a coffee, that's just a recipe for shit. That's a shit recipe.
So it's just like animalistic eating what comes your way.
Well, if you,
And then evacuating
you're
whatever happens after that.
eating like a lot of like greasy, shitty food. The coffee is the one that's really going to put you over the edge because coffee is like for anybody is going to induce shitting.
So the only people that I think it's okay for them to shit is hot chicks. Like Christina Hutchinson tells a story. Christina Hutchinson talks about when she shit herself, but that's because she was taking laxatives and vitamins so she could look hot. And so she was destroying her body so we could objectify her properly. So that's commendable. Everybody else needs to get their life in order.
Oh, thank you, Helen Kenny Rogers, for the 99-cent super sticker. What is this?
Yeah, I don't get it. I don't understand it.
A dolphin. Oh, hold on. Drew Huntley says a dolphin Pruitt Heil.
And you know what, Tiffany, I'm sorry. It's crazy because I've been listening to these podcasts when I eat breakfast and then I turn them off because I'm like, why does everybody talk about this? And now I'm guilty of doing the same thing.
Oh, happy birthday to Tony Tokens.
Oh, happy birthday, Tony. We'll play happy birthday for him.
I don't know if it's actually his birthday.
We'll pull that up too.
$5 from Llama, not going to work anymore. Poopcast. Oh, $20 from Howling Kenny Rogers. Good for you, Dalton, on not giving up. Things are said, things get goofy. We're all okay. I don't know what you were even trying to say there. We're all just fans. I don't think anyone is trying to hold you back. If there was an inkling that there was, it was because of Sumo Dog. Okay, cool. Thank you. I mean, the only person that has ever held me back is myself. I couldn't. It would be irresponsible and with a lack of accountability to place anything like that on other people.
This is going to get the stream pulled down, but we can pay a little of it for Tony Token.
Oh, Broseph Smith, this is actually interesting. $5 from Broseph Smith. He says, as a man with a shitting disease, I think he's got Crohn's. I suspect there are tons of people running around with undiagnosed shitting diseases. Shout out shitting. Hey, you know what? Shout out shitting, folks. Yeah. It feels good to take a shit.
I know the struggles that I talk to Broseph a lot and we're buds. So I know his struggles, but there is part of me that still thinks to myself that there's no such thing as Crohn's, that it's just a microbiome issue. Oh. That someday they'll be able to fix it because somebody has like because your whole body's bacteria, right? Mm-hmm. So like if you're getting acne, it's bacteria. If you got bad skin, it's bacteria. If you smell, it's bacteria. And when you have the healthy bacteria, it's overcoming all that stuff. So I kind of feel like they could
drink a kombucha, dude.
No, I know that he's trying to.
You have Crohn's, drink.
I know it's not that easy. I know it's not that easy. I'm just saying, like, I do think they're going to be able to figure out a way in the future.
What's them sodas? It's $20 a 6-pack. Olipop. Drink an Olipop to fix your corrupted bowels.
Well, it's for me. The reason why, like for me, I have bad teeth, right? And I didn't find out until like a couple of years ago that that's all bacteria based. So, some people never get cavities and they don't brush their teeth, and other people brush and scrub and floss and do all this stuff. If you have particular cavities and bacteria in your mouth, that's what creates the decay. And other people don't get those bacteria for some reason, and then they don't get as much decay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Louis DK.
So I'm giving Broseph advice, but I should be able to do the same thing with the bacteria in my teeth, and I don't. So,
well, it's Tony Token's birthday.
Yeah, so let's play this happy birthday song. We're not too much because maybe the stream will go down, but this is the best birthday song as far as or 50 Cent, but I like this one better.
This is a good one.
Oops. The balls on Stevie Wonder to be like, yeah, I'm going to do a better birthday song.
It is better.
Is this the instrumental?
It might be. Well, let's just go ahead and we'll do it ourselves. Happy birthday to you.
Okay.
Oh no, here we go.
I love Stevie. I listen to a lot of Stevie and some Jamiroquai. Why?
Day in your celebration, we all know in our mind that there ought to be a time that we can set aside
Oh yeah.
to show just how much we love you, and I'm sure you would agree. What could fit more perfectly than to have a world party on the day you came to be? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you.
Okay, Dave, you gotta turn it off. We're gonna get the stream's gonna get pulled. Okay,
I love Stevie.
dude.
He rules, dude. Who's better than Stevie? Dude, he's got some bangers, dude. MJ, Michael Jackson, probably.
My favorite thing Stevie Wonder ever did was the title song for the movie Wild Wild West. It samples the I wish those days could come back once more. And so in the song, in the Wild Wild West song, it's that's something the Wild Wild West. So in the music video for Wild Wild West, the song from the movie, the music video is separate from the movie, but I guess it takes place in the world of the movie. It features Jim West, played by Will Smith, being a cool black guy in the late 1800s, steampunk, some alternate history, alternate dimension, steampunk version, post Civil War Reconstruction era South. And he's dancing through the music video, and then there's a point in the video and Stevie Wonder's in the music video. And so there's a point in the video where Will Smith as Jim West walks in the room and the music cuts. And everyone in the room looks up at Will Smith, including Stevie Wonder. And I'm like, well, what is he looking at?
Shaq has that story too. I'm sure you heard Shaq's story.
What is his story? I don't, because I mean, I've heard like stories over the years that he may not actually be blind.
So I think this is what it is. Most people that are legally blind can see, but it's like shadows. And so between like the size of the shadow and then like clone,
you can't call Stevie Wonder that. You can't call him that.
Well, I was calling Shaq that because Shaq said he got into an elevator with Stevie Wonder and he looked over, he turned his head towards him and was like, "Hey Shaq, what's up?" And Shaq was like, "What's going on?" What's going on? Yeah, so Shaq tells that story.
I've heard the conspiracy theory that he may not. But
well,
I feel
he
like
was blind. No, here's what people don't understand about blindness is they think that it's like like black, but a lot of people that are blind, that are legally blind, they can see images in blurriness. So they get a little bit of of stuff.
Dana trying to say he's like Daredevil. That's cool.
That would be cool. Yeah.
Black Murdoch.
I want to watch this Landman thing because this chick's hot, and this would be a good break from the potty talk, the literal.
Is this from the non-binary thing?
Yeah, but
dude, this pissed me the fuck off.
It's so old,
it's corny shit, so out of touch, just so like way out of date. It's like we were so far beyond this.
One thing I will say is the argument that she ends up making to the principal, which is not in this scene, I don't believe, is my argument. My argument is like, why is that person's feelings more important than my feelings when I'm like trying to ask a question?
Right.
But that's not why I'm bringing this up. I'm bringing this up because I don't watch the show, and you've talked about like there's some sexual stuff that goes on and the father has to deal with it.
Right.
And then I saw this. I was like, oh, she's a smoke show.
Look, I can't stress this enough to everybody. Like, if you see the trailers for Landman, you might think it's just a corny, hour-long drama on Paramount Plus. It's so much more insane than you're expecting it to be. It's such a bizarre show.
Yeah, shows are always like this, though, where they have a couple political topics. I think the reason why this one might be so outdated is because they didn't feel like they could do it until now.
They're just so behind on this because this is such a like.
Yeah, but I feel like they thought they would get in.
Like,
they would get in trouble if they tried to do this a year ago during Biden's administration.
I feel like at any point this would just be corny.
No, but the whole show is corny. I'm saying
the whole show is corny, but the
guys in suits didn't allow them to do this scene till now, and now they think it's edgy. But the guys in the suits are always so far behind. Like
it just reads as one of those things that's like, because it's a Taylor Sheridan show, and Taylor Sheridan is like I think he's maybe not necessarily a boomer. He might be Gen X.
Yeah,
but it's just his like Gen X sort of like conservative leaning Gen X guy who's maybe a bit liberal, but filtering his like grievances with the parts of culture he doesn't understand or agree with through this fucking show. That, you know, now the characters are just talking in a way that's, just his like his complaints. You know what I mean? Like,
I get that, but also
it doesn't come across as like any sort of actual conversation that people would have.
I get that, but when you watch these like videos, right, and you don't know which side the woman's like on, but they put her on the right usually, and she's getting in a fight with somebody because they're breaking like a social rule, and then somebody puts a camera in their face and call them a Karen, right? And right. I will get on board and be like, okay, that lady's annoying. You're gonna call her a Karen, but this type of roommate that she has is just as annoying. And falls right into the Karen category.
Oh no, yeah, they're both insufferable, but you make the roommate such a miserable fucking asshole that
I will say, having lived in Providence, I have met people that this is still a caricature of, but they're pretty close to this type of person.
I mean, let's watch it, dude.
Especially when they first make the decision that they're going to come out. For the first year, they act like this until they readjust. I've met people like this.
Oh, that's right. Thank you for the $2. It's the hicklip is what they call them. What Taylor Sheridan is.
But anyways, her roommate's obviously wrong for political reasons, but because the landman's daughter is so extremely hot.
The fact that she's keeping any
so
pet,
hot that she can do no wrong.
The fact that she's keeping any pet in a dorm is where you can't do. There's no college that's going to let you do that, let alone a fucking ferret, the stinkiest of pets. That's insane.
But here's the thing. I live in an area where people have all sorts of crazy animals that they bring with them everywhere, and they claim it's their support animal.
But the college, there's no. If that's the case, the college would have found like other accommodations for this person.
That's the solution that they end up figuring out in the end.
Yeah, there's no college dorm that would allow any pets. Like, that's not the kind of living conditions that like a dorm affords. But here, I mean,
let's just watch it. I think what you guys are going to all agree upon is the hotness of the landman's daughter.
The daughter is super hot.
I don't know why she claims to be a they when she's obviously being so catty that she's a she. Good points.
They don't look Somalian.
Of being interested. They got the ferret food here. I wonder if this is an advertising.
Dude, there's
stuff so perfectly like.
There's so much advertising in this show. Like dude, this show is brought to you by Michelob Ultra. There's so much. Everyone's drinking Michelob. They say it by name constantly. It is the Michelob Ultra presents Landman. There's a lot of advertising in the show.
Yeah, so she's got her emotional support ferret, and if you need ferret food, this is it here. That's the only part. That's actually the only part I agree with her on as a hippie.
But then I don't know. Maybe I've met plenty of tight ass, miserable, insufferable people. Even those people, I've never heard anybody talk like that.
I will say, like I said, being outside Providence and going in when all this stuff was going through, once you feel like the world hates you and you have like a chip on your shoulder, it's not this drastic, but I have met people like this that thinks everybody hates them so much that they are very abrasive because they have a huge chip on their shoulder. So.
Dude, they heard about this from the internet, that this has happened somewhere maybe, and they got angry thinking about it, that this might be something that people talk.
Yes, I will say. So here's the thing, right? So like my friends, they were actual like androgynous, right? Like I have a friend that works at RISD that was in one of the bands that I was in. She would not be like this, and she's like this lifestyle, but she calls them trenders instead of transgender. And there's a group of people that are like trying to figure out what they are. Like, am I goth? Am I trans? Am I punk? Am I a nerd? I could see them doing this because they're pretending to be something that they're not. So they're also think that this is what they're supposed to do and ask about pronouns or whatever.
I get the impression, like when I watch this episode, and this is the worst shit the show does when they cut to anything with this fucking airheaded daughter and her mom. It's like, get back to Billy Bob Thornton doing deals. But
it is making me uncomfortable how skimpy her outfit is, and that she's like it's pretty blatant that they're like, okay, we're going to objectify this daughter. And then I saw another scene where she walks by her father and like one of the old creep dudes that's in the oil things with her. When she says, bye, daddy, he's like makes a sexual joke about his daughter.
Right. Yeah. They have the most bizarre relationship as a father and daughter.
Yeah. And the show is like, they're treating her like the girls in Euphoria or whatever, where they're overly sexualizing her to a point that it's like uncomfortable.
What does this mean? $10. Mike Low. How can we make this self-deprecating? Michelob?
Michelob? Is that a Michelob thing from earlier?
Oh, Michelob Ultra. But for the money.
Yeah. Okay, let's keep watching. We got another.
Demi Moore is a mess. Physicality. Well, like so much of this dialogue, just the impression I get from it, like the way it reads to me, is that Taylor Sheridan or whoever wrote this episode heard about pronouns and then just imagine the kind of person that they would be mad at.
Yeah. I will say I have never met anybody that would pile all this stuff up into such a short amount of time and into a scene like this where they're this abrasive. But I have met somebody that's like this person over a stretch of time. But not so obnoxious that they're like hammering it at you like this.
In these like 2 minutes so far, they've already communicated more than I ever have with any roommate I've ever had. I've lived with people for years that I never said more than like a paragraph's worth of words to.
Where does this take place? What school is she at?
This scene is a TCU, Texas Christian University.
Yeah, so I doubt that would happen there, but I will say
TCU is not really. It's a private college technically, but it's a pretty cosmopolitan, kind of campus.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't in Seattle, you know what I mean, or Washington, where it's probably like the exact hive mind. But there is a parts of RISD College, Rhode Island School Design, they do have a lot of people like that. You get some of them at Brown University. You got like the super conservative Asians, but then you also get the liberal gender benders. And like I said, it wouldn't be the actual people that have stuff going on. It would be the people like trying on different hats to figure out what their personality is when they get their first taste of freedom. They would like study all this stuff. But even then, they wouldn't pile it all into such a short conversation. if that makes sense.
Right. You wouldn't front load your first interaction with someone, especially somebody you're going to live with this much bullshit.
Yeah, I think this whole conversation would probably be maybe pronouns would probably come up, and the ferret would definitely come up.
I think like most people, even the people who have like marginalized themselves as being non-binary, which I agree, I think is, you know, I'm leftist, I'm gay, I'm communist, I'm all, you know, gay, trans, that's all great. The non-binary one, I go, pick a fucking side.
Yeah.
You figure your shit. You don't get to just be like, no, I'm just like special for no reason. Come on.
Here's what's crazy to me is the what you call like gender fluid, right? I think people like hype or analyzing their own personal emotions, and then they're the ones that are being like misogynistic or misanthropic or whatever it's called with the misandry. Is because like I don't wake up and I'm like, oh, I'm in a bitchy mood today and I feel sad, so I'm feeling feminine. You know what I mean? Like to be like, oh, I don't know what gender I feel, and then they figure out what's going on, what they feel like doing, and then they associate that with a gender is strange to me. Like I don't sew a button back on my slacks and be like, well, I'm feeling like a woman today because I sewed something. That's the one that's weird to me. I get feeling like
I feel like a woman because I have voluptuous breasts.
I could see somebody being born with low T and being surrounded by women and learning like female strategies, coming out of that situation saying, I feel like a woman. But I don't think that if you like there's some people that are like that associate a skill set with a gender. Like if they can cook, they're feeling feminine. If they can sew, they're feeling feminine.
Isn't it like a thing in like you know, it's like a thing that there's like masculine and feminine energies. It's like the sun is a guy, the moon is a girl. You know, it's like there's the people have like aspects of both in all of us.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, it's interesting because it's all just chemicals that we're responding to, and I don't know. I don't like the labels. I was never labeled, and I did everything. I did like my grandmother and me. I cooked, I baked, I sewed, I gardened. I even did a loom with her. We had a loom that we wove things, but I also did mechanic work and played sports or whatever. And they never were like, okay, these are the female stuff, these are the male things. That's what's strange to me. Like if your daughter likes to play like you know, your daughter's like 8 and she wants to play baseball, you're like, well, it looks like she's, you know, she's wants to be a man.
Cut her fucking tits off.
Cut her tits off. She wants to be a man.
Give this girl some nuts.
Yeah, and like, oh, he's playing with his little sister, and she put lipstick on him, and he didn't say no. I guess we have to cut his penis off.
Dude, sometimes I still put on a dress just to feel nice.
When I was like 8, I do remember putting on like my mother's nightgown for some reason. Yeah. My babysitter told me to go get changed into my pajamas, and I went into my room and I couldn't find them, and I wanted to watch this TV show. So I just grabbed my mother's sleeping muumuu or whatever it was and put it on and came back out. And
it was comfortable.
She was like, what are you doing? I was like, I couldn't find my pajamas. I just want to watch the show before it's over. Because there's no, we didn't have like TiVo or anything. The show is going. But, you know.
Dude, there's been times I really want like a particular shirt or something, but it only comes in women's sizes. And I'll just order a women's 5X.
Wait, are the buttons on there? Oh, wait, your t-shirt?
Yeah, like a t-shirt, so like a Hot Topic design or something where it's like, oh, it's a cool looking t-shirt, but it only comes in girl size.
I want that Tweety Bird t-shirt. So
I want that rude Tweety Bird shirt, so I'll just get it in 5X.
Yeah.
What does this mean? Is Dave just a total acceleration? So he puts the pedal to the metal. I'll be honest.
Yeah, I do drive pretty fast.
He loses his life a quarter mile at a time.
I go about 80 miles an hour up here. No,
well,
I'm not.
Let's hit play on this. It is, but she understands grammar.
Well, but also, yeah, well, she's super intelligent. The hypersexuality of her is making me uncomfortable. Am I like it? I don't mind sexuality, but it seems so unnecessary for this scene. But I guess they're trying to do the juxtaposition
her character in the show
of her being like super feminine and slash sexual, and her being like tomboyish.
Look, this is the 9th episode of season 2, so you haven't like been with the show and followed her development, but she's a whore.
Oh, I didn't know. So she's okay.
Yeah, she's a
she's a promiscuous young lady,
promiscuous, lascivious woman who likes having sex with boys. So and like that, the whole show is like that's the dynamic between her and her mom. Is they have this relationship that, like, I don't know if I've ever seen this before, where they're both like hyping each other up sexually, where it's like, Mom, you have such a nice ass. And then the mom is like, thanks, sweetie. You too. You know, we're both hot sexual women who have sex. And so that's like her character is throughout the whole show is this. Like she dresses skimpy. And everybody's talking at her.
It's just the camera guy. So I think the chat is misunderstanding. It's not that she's dressed like that and acting like that. It's the camera angles and stuff are like where, like me and a Japanese guy, how we would film her.
Yeah, well, that's the characterization of her is that, yeah, it's like they focus a lot on like her sexuality, which is like kind of strange considering the whole first season she's only 17. Now she's college age, so barely legal. As girls going wild.
Are they trying to show like this woman is maybe attracted to her and she's like,
hold on, this person?
This lady.
No, it's not. It's not that. I don't think that they are attracted to her. I don't think that's what's being expressed here.
Because it's like weird that she's like. So they're like this cutscene has got not only her tits here, but they show her tits in the mirror again.
Double trouble.
Yeah, so it's filmed in a way that they're just the dialogue doesn't matter. All they want to do is show her off.
Which is
and then when she turns around, they put her up on her tippy toes and they zoom the camera into her ass.
Here's the other criticism I have of this whoever this lady is, this actress, this character. She's certainly hot. She's super attractive. But she's the kind of hot where she's so hot, it loops back around to being, in a weird way, unattractive. Like where it's like
she's trying too hard.
You're so hot that you've transcended the realm of flesh in which I exist, and I find myself not necessarily sexually attracted to you, ma'am, but more just like attracted in the sort of abstract.
Yeah. No, Raphael, this is what I think. It's I'm not being puritanical. What I don't understand is, I mean, I understand, but it's like they're just filming the whole scene like this is like a softcore porno. It's strange to me. That's all.
They're about to bash clams.
You know what I mean? Like she's here. She's already, her tits are almost popping out of a doily that I have to wear. And they're like, we don't have enough of it, so we'll also make sure that she's in the mirror at the same time. And this short hair, Conan O'Brien looking bitch, we're not even going to put her in the scene. And then when she turns around, like you know what I mean? Like even in a soap opera where you have two hot chicks talking or whatever. They typically like zoom up and they show like their breasts and their face, whatever. Like with her, as soon as she turns around, they're like wide shot. Okay, go up on your tippy toes, stick your ass at the camera.
Oh shit.
And then they're like, show us the ferret. And then like show us the ferret. And then they like zoom in and she's wearing like cut off sweatshirt with a long sleeve flannel underneath. And it's just filmed in a way. Like it's just filmed in a very peculiar way for a TV show.
Let's watch a little hit play. Let's see. More.
Let's see, even that, but it's hot. Don't get me wrong, because I want to know what she smells like. But look, I take back everything I said about this fine young person. They obviously know what's going on in the world. I didn't get this far into it. I have heard literally all these things, but this is just like ridiculously no compromise boundaries.
Yeah, it's just over. It's so overbearing. I mean, it's just cartoonish. It's like, yeah, this is but look, the thing
I
is,
have
this
heard all
entire
these
show,
things. Yeah,
the whole show is insane.
I have met people that have said all these things to me, but not all in one person and not all in a space of fucking, what do we got? 3 minutes.
Yeah, just condensing all of her bullshit into this first time interaction, this first impression. It's just it's just an exaggerated version of something that doesn't even really exist anyway.
She kind of looks like Megan Fox, huh?
A little
Young
bit.
Megan Fox.
I kind of a square jaw.
Yeah. Back before Megan Fox got old and disgusting.
Yeah.
What you were saying about being so attractive that it's like transcends being attractive. All right. All things aside, right? You're dating a woman, and maybe it's just different down the South because it's so hot. You're dating a woman, and everywhere you go, she's dressed like this. It's just like, come on, can we get a fucking break? I just want to go get something to eat.
Right.
I don't want any problems.
But this lady's like she has the kind of look in person, but just like she's the kind of hot that I get. Maybe it's a self-image thing for myself where I just like, I couldn't even imagine ever being with anyone that looks like this. But it's also just like with that, she's so hot that I can't even like. It's weird to even think of her sexually. Like it's just like, it's that thing. It's just a weird thing where it's like someone's so hot that they just are just like the just pure energy of hot. Where it's like, yeah, I can recognize that you're attractive, like you're hot, but it's like outside of my reality. You know what I mean?
So for me, with this chick right here, I would just not get close to her. If I was dating her,
She's also a fucking dumb bitch.
I would just play it cool, hang out with her, bang her, and assume that other dudes are also banging her. And any chance that she can get to cheat on me when she's out, she's also doing that. So I just would, I would put up a boundary that she would never hear about, which is I'm never getting attached to you. And until you get caught or sick or whatever, because she does, and this is me being completely, she could be a totally sweet person, but when somebody carries themselves like this, it is like, it becomes, like you say, so hot that it almost becomes a turnoff because she's hypersexualizing herself. So she's like, okay, so if all you have to offer is sex, then that's all I'm going to think about you as at that point, But there's a time in my life where that's appropriate.
I'm sure it'd be fun to have sex with her. I mean, yeah, I don't doubt that. I don't know. It's like her whole deal is like she's so beautiful that's her entire being is like she's just a hot lady.
Yeah. You know what else would be hot? Is you meet this person out and then they're like, oh, I don't like penises. Like, oh, that's my vagina. Suck my vagina, please.
Sure.
I identify as a woman. That's my giant clit. If you could suck it, and then play her game against her. Have sex with her and make her play her own game against her.
Let's see. Is there more to this?
We can do the last thing. I think she cries, and then her mother has to go to the prince.
Okay, that's it.
Yeah, that's Landman. Everybody, check out Landman on Paramount.
The season finale comes out, I think, at midnight because new episodes are Sunday. So I can't wait, dude. It's one of my favorite shows on TV. It's a profoundly stupid and insane, incoherent show that I'm hooked. I'm hooked on it. But I think that's the show's weak point is any of the shit when they go like these plots with the daughter or the mom. anything that's not Billy Bob Thornton doing deals, doing like oil deals, is where the show like falters. But when when we're hanging out with Billy Bob Thornton and he's talking to some other business guy and they're just saying numbers back and forth to each other and then they shake hands, I mean, dude, nothing better. Just thrilling television.
Yeah, I mean, you get. I mean, I'm not going to speak in generalizations. I've become jaded with age, and part of it's my own fault of the people that I talk to. But you get to a point where you are damaged in a particular way that you only attract a certain type of person. And I'm also not attracted long term to the type of damaged person that's attracted to me.
Sure. Well, maybe you're just like you're like maybe you are like Master Roshi, dude. You're bald, you have a beard, you live by yourself, and you're like, yeah, you're just horny, but you're not like to be with anybody. You just like jack off to magazines.
No, I mean, I mean, we've talked about this before. It's not funny, so it's like people so the chat doesn't like it, but like I have and do every like 6 months or so, I finally snap. I download Hinge. I talk to a bunch of chicks on there or whatever, and then end up hooking up with one. And then I'm like, I never want to do this again. Why did I do this? I want to kill myself. And then I delete all the apps. I'm like, I'm going to meet somebody nice. I got to stop reaching out to these types of women or whatever. But there's so many broken, damaged people in the world that it's like, but it's also very tempting because there is a biological flesh that needs feeding of humans. You know what I mean?
Sure.
We're sexual beings.
Have you seen Begonia?
No.
This is what the
you said it was good. It's done like a Knives Out type thing where it's like a play.
Well, yeah, I mean it is sort of like a pressure cooker. It's all in one room, and the story is told through like the dialogue mostly, so it could be a play, but it's a movie that costs $55 million. But the insane conspiracy theorist character played by Jesse Plemons, he actually, and I can't overstate that his character is batshit nuts in this movie, but he says a lot of the same shit you just said. At one point in the movie where he's telling his cousin who is like mentally disabled, they're working on this plan to abduct this lady that they think is an alien, and they have to prepare themselves to defend, to be able to thwart her any attempt she might make to get inside their heads or manipulate them. So he tells his cousin that they gotta take some injection of something that's to chemically castrate them. And so what he explains to his cousin, he goes, this biological imperative that we have to procreate is just it causes nothing but pain. Like the emotions that come with it control us. And so if you want to actually be free and take control of your life, you need to let me inject you with this serum to chemically some like progesterone or something. So you and the in crazy Jesse Plemons character in that movie have a lot of the same philosophy. You share similar philosophy.
Well, it's one of those things. So like it's like food. Some of the most difficult addictions are food and sex. For the most part, food worse than sex because you 100% have to have food or you're gonna die, right? So managing the fact that you have to eat this reliably, even though you have addiction, but then you have this yearn to procreate and put life into the world, which is sexual, that also runs in the background. and it's detached of logical thought. For me, it's a separate beast that's constantly running, and I'm constantly fighting with. It would be nice if I had, a monogamous companion, but I don't. And then the women that I would like to have a long-term monogamous relationship end up not being interested in with it. And the people that are interested in me just want short-term carnal relationship. So I try to stay away from having meaningless
You know what would be fun as a carnal
relationships,
relationship.
but eventually you snap, like you snap, like you get the hunger builds and you must feed. Eventually, you don't feel like that, where you get to a point where you're like, I can't take this anymore. I have to quench this thirst.
Yeah, but then I just like masturbate. I just rub my penis until I release the all of that tension, and pain, and then I feel okay.
Yeah, I think for me, the women that I grew up on don't, or I can't find them anymore. They've either don't exist or they never did exist, because I think I've said this before, but it's like I'm attracted to women, but only the idea. When I actually meet them, talk to them, try to get along with them, negotiate with them, communicate with them, I'm like, oh, I don't like these things.
So I do want to say that since I said earlier that you're Master Roshi, I noticed that the chat is now saying that you're Roshi and I'm the turtle, and so just to get a visual.
Can we pull this up? I know who Roshi is because a couple of the poker dealers that call me this all the time.
The chat is saying that this is us. This is me and you.
I do know, because I do wear, in the summertime, I wear Hawaiian shirts all the time with shorts. And there was these poker dealers, these young poker kids would always talk to me about this. And so they would pull it up on the phone and show me. Multiple dudes have said this to me that are probably in their late 20s, early 30s. Yeah.
This will be my greatest, most powerful
So, Master Roshi.
Yeah, it's an uphill battle. Everybody's making fun of me, but they know what I'm talking about. They know what I'm talking about. It's not like you can just say I'm going, like you can't just say I'm not going to meet anybody and focus on myself. So sex is something I'm taking out of my life. Your flesh, your body still craves and wants it. You can't, right. You know what I mean? I can say, hey, I'm not going to go drinking anymore, and I don't go drinking. So I think what would be the other addictions besides food and sex?
Alcohol, drugs.
But you don't need to have alcohol and drugs. That's a heavy want, but you have to eat or you're going to die.
I tell you, if you get if you do drugs enough, that kind of supersedes everything else. Like, yeah. The drugs are more important than sex and food. So maybe that's something you should look into, is like Percocets. And that'll like,
I don't like drugs and alcohol.
Alleviate your desire for any sort of like carnal pleasures, because you'll be you'll be high on Percocets.
I'm lucky in the fact that, like, when I drink, or like, and I haven't done many drugs. I've only smoked and done edibles, never done mushrooms or caffeine.
You could try kratom.
I don't enjoy it. As soon as it starts taking me over, people are like, don't you feel relaxed? It makes me feel like my skin's crawling and I want control back. So the whole time I'm like, I can't wait for this is over, so I'm back in control.
I used to really enjoy that feeling of just losing control or just like flying free Just the guardrails have been removed. Like when I would take mushrooms or acid, of just like letting it wash over me, and like once I before it really went bad for me, but just that feeling of like relinquishing control and just riding the buying the ticket and taking the ride.
Yeah.
That was pretty sick. I mean, I'm not, look, I honestly, I would never recommend anybody do any drugs. I couldn't in any good conscience advocate it, but there were some times it was pretty sick.
When I first started smoking and I had like almost zero responsibilities, zero money that was due or whatever, it was a blast. I was fun. It felt childlike. Time slowed down. You just laughed and hanged out with your buds or whatever. But now when I have so much going on, if I drink or do drugs or of any sort, it gives me anxiety because I'm like, there's all this other stuff that I'm supposed to be accomplishing right now that I'm not. I need this to be over with so I can go do that stuff. But I mean, I'm not like
kratom myself.
I'm not anti-drugs. People can do whatever they want to their body, but it's not for me.
You know what's like really dangerous now? Because like I enjoy a little kratom here and there. And this is the way anytime I've like imbibed kratom in my life, I just buy like the bag of powder, and it gives you a nice little nice little buzz that keeps you from doing other stronger things. It feels good enough, right? But I guess because people love getting high, or for whatever reason, there's a new thing that exists now that's at every smoke shop, every place that's been selling kratom, that apparently is really dangerous. And it's like this super concentrated derivative of kratom called 7-OH. Robbie told me about it. Robbie said he took one once, and it felt like he took like an actual narcotic, like it fucked him up.
Yeah.
And so that's like the thing now that they're just pushing at all these smoke shops and whatever. That was apparently still, like, up till now, is perfectly legal, and you can just buy at any smoke shop. But I'm hearing that it's like, not only is it really strong, it's super addicting and pretty dangerous. It's like kratom, like just the powder, is relatively safe. There might be a few like interactions it could have with other substances that you need to be aware of, but there's not really any chance of overdosing just on kratom or anything like going terribly wrong with it. I mean, it's kind of addicting, I guess, but apparently this 7-OH shit is actually a problem.
The only thing I can think of, so when I was in college, we drank 40s. Did you do 40s in college?
Hell yeah, dude.
So did you ever do Ice 800? I think it was by the Colt 45 family, but I'm not sure. But it was like 11.2% alcohol or something fucking insane.
It was high gravity.
And it was. And so we would go and there'd be all the 40s and like, what are you going to try? And then once in a while we would do that. And we'd joke around and say, we're going to get Native American tonight, dude. Let's drink some toner, man. And we would get Ice 800. And maybe it was like 8.9 or something ridiculous. But if you drank two of those, or if I drank two of those, I would get sick because it's such low quality and such whatever. So that's what I'm imagining like high grade kratom would do. It's like, I want to feel even more sick than normal with some danger involved.
I don't know. I'm never going to touch that stuff. First off, it's like super expensive. It's like $40. And then you get 7 pills that are labeled Sunday through Saturday. Because I see it at the smoke shop all the time. It comes in all these different flavors. It's like a chewable. But, I hear it's actually pretty dicey. So
I'm so glad that, like if I have extra money that I'm going to waste, I'm going to go buy a sweet. I'm going to go, there's this donut shop called Lovebirds in Maine.
Costco near you?
I do have a Costco. Yeah.
Finish what you're saying. I gotta tell you, but then I gotta tell you about some sweets.
We have this vegan donut place, but it's very popular. That just all the donuts just happen to be vegan, so anybody can eat there. And a dozen donuts is like $64. So they're all high quality, like really good sweet.
These ain't the Koreans I go to.
I'm gonna actually let me see if I can pull this website.
I go to a place where a little lady goes, "What you want?" And I go, "Let me get this. I get a variety pack of donuts." And even if I go buck wild and get all the different cream fills, jelly, bear claws, apple fritters, at the most it'll be $20.
I got the menu pulled up here. Let's see, I can.
Let's see.
Yeah, so I get the menu here. Like, but these aren't like, they look like they're Dunkin' Donuts. They're not. These are the thick, hefty. Like, this is like a real frosting that they put on with a knife.
These are pretty good.
Yeah. And they have this. The apple fritters are really good. I always get the apple fritters. The coffee cake's really good. And then they'll have some other ones. They'll have all these are the normal ones. But anyways, a dozen is usually like $64.
Jesus, dude, what a racket.
So, and they've been closed. They just reopened on the 14th. They were closed from the 1st to the 14th. I don't go there too often. Like one of these donuts is usually like $3.50 to $4.50. But if I'm in that area, this is what I'll spend extra money on. To me, this is like when you guys are like, I'm going to buy some edibles and I'm going to stay in and like do edibles or do weed. I'm like, I'm going to buy fucking a dozen donuts and eat them until I'm sick and hungover.
Like honestly, the best use of any extra money one might have that they're spending on like beer or drugs or donuts would be meme coins. But donuts are cool. But
yeah, just gambling might fall number 3 after you do food, sex,
not
gambling, because the gambling hits the biological urge to make resources.
It's not gambling; it's investing.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. Whereas, like, you can get the same kick. Whereas, like for me, my mind's very peaceful, and I'm worked really hard to be relaxed and calm. Drinking and drugs ruins my peace of mind. And so then I'm like, I want this over with. So I can see if people are living in a place of chaos, they might want to take drugs to escape the chaos. It's cheaper than a vacation.
Oh, hell yeah.
But cool. For me, that's doing sweets. I'm going to do some sugar.
$4.99 from Drew Huntley. Can we all in unison chat include a shout out Sumo Dog for Sweeze? It's Sweeze's dog, Sumo Bear. And he's cool and chill like his owner. Well, shout out Sumo Dog.
Yeah. So what were you saying earlier?
Well, I don't know if these are vegan, but the tip I've been on, just a revelation in sweets I've discovered. So I was at Costco recently, and it was two of the purchases. Actually, three. There were 3 sweets I purchased, and what I've really been enjoying is these. They sell them at Costco. I don't know where else you might be able to find them, but it's one of the brands is called. It's like Crumble. It's not the cookie place. It's Crumble Belgian waffle bites. So It's just a plastic tub full of little tiny waffles that each of them have these like pearl sugar in them. So like little crunchy sugars in them.
Is they Avita Belgian pearl sugar waffles?
Is this it? Let me see. This is similar to what I'm talking about.
Oh, we'll go to we'll go right over to Costco.
Yeah, because I got those, and then there's another one that's Pancakes is another brand. I think it's like the Belgian Brothers Pancakes, and it's little tiny pancakes. and you just like you take like 30 or 40 of these, pop them and put them in your air fryer basket, pop them in the air fryer for like 5 minutes, 2.5 minutes on each side.
Are they candy or are they actually waffle treats?
It's not candy, no, it's like actual waffles. But
Okay.
they have this like the waffles have this like pearl sugar in them. So first off, it gives it a little texture. Secondly, it's like you don't need syrup or nothing. They're already sweet. They have the sugar things in them. They're really good. Dude, I have to stop myself from just like sitting there and popping.
Oh, here they
thing.
are. Found them.
Let me see. This is it. Yeah, dude, these are incredible.
I have had something like this before. So they've cooked the waffle so much that it should dried out, right?
Right. Yeah. It's kind of like crunchy. It's
I've
like
had this a long time ago.
and so you could eat these right out the fridge. I've done that. The
Yeah.
best is when you put it in the air fryer for a little bit and give them a little crisp, a little crunch to them. These are one of my favorite new snacks I found. These and the pancakes, the Belgian Brothers little mini pancakes. Dude, I've been reaching for these more than any other sweet treat lately. The little waffles and pancakes. And like they're perfect as is. Yes, those. Dude, these are incredible. And the great what I like about them, about these and the waffles, they don't need nothing. They're already out the box, perfect the way they are. You don't need no syrup. You don't need nothing with them. They're perfectly sweet. It's like my favorite new snack is these little teeny tiny pancakes and waffles.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're vegan. I don't know if you can have them.
They're not. Neither of these are vegan.
Oh,
but I've
it's
had these
weird.
prior. I've had not the pancakes. I've had that waffle candy or something similar to these
Yeah.
prior to 2015. What is prior before? Yeah, before
Yes,
2015.
But
Yeah.
and I know like probably a lot of folks are thinking like, oh, earlier I talked about trying to exercise, lose weight or whatever. But here's the beautiful thing about this. They're tiny, so they don't count.
The penis size.
The calories actually don't count against me. The sugar, all that, because they're small.
Yeah. You can eat junk food and still lose weight. It's thermodynamics. You're just not going to get as many nutrients, which is going to make you hungrier. It's not going to be you're not be satiated as much.
Well,
But
here's what
you
I
can still eat sweet treats and lose weight.
because I try to limit portions and just stick to calories in, calories out. Stick to
It's just thermodynamics.
a healthy 1,500, 2,000. What do they say? It's like 2,000 calorie a day diet is about where is like the healthy number. And then what they say is that you should try to limit your calorie intake to around 2,000 a day.
So if you can just you figure it out based on your goal weight and then your current weight, and you can gradually go down. So if you were to go, we can do it right now. We'll pull up chronometer.
Chronometer?
Chronometer. Let me sign in here.
Well, here's what I do, because it's it's portions, right? And appetite. First thing I do when I wake up at 3 p.m. is I drink a one of these Celsius powder drinks I got. So I guess it's the same as the Celsius that's in a can, but it's a packet of powder.
You like the flat? You like the flat better than the sparkling?
Yes, because I can pour it in a ball of water and just go ahead and chug it. I don't have to sit there and sip on a soda that's not even that good.
Dude, I could chug a Celsius in 3 seconds if I had to. Not a beer break.
I could chug it, but
I could out drink, maybe not Michael Hall, because him and me are probably similar, but I could out chug anybody in Celsius County. Maybe not now. It would be like Greg Gerardo, and I'd give myself a heart attack because I've been clean since November 1st.
It's also just like cheaper to buy the little box of the packets instead of like a 12-pack of Celsius. Like you can get a box of like 10 of the 10 of the packets is like $9. Whereas if you were to get, a case of the actual cans, it's like $20.
Yeah,
So,
for 12, I think. Yeah.
yeah. I got the Celsius watermelon ice is the flavor I got. I have those, and then I got a variety pack recently also that has berry, strawberry, mango, and passion fruit lime. But I take one of them. The first thing I do is I chug a Celsius, and then that's got 200 milligrams of caffeine and so whatever metabolic shit it's got, where it actually does like curb my appetite. Like it is like effective at making me not as hungry as I usually am. And so I drink a Celsius, and then I exercise. I do what I can. I'm not in shape. I don't really have any conditioning really, but I'll walk like today. Today I went for a walk outside, outdoors. So there's different terrains and elevations. I walked like a mile and a half.
What's the temperature in parts unknown this time of year?
Dude, it was cold as shit today, man. It was like, it was like 40 degrees.
Well,
So it wasn't like
it's not that cold. It was -2 in the
no, it's
border
it's
today.
30 degrees where I am right now.
Okay, it's 22 here, and it snowed all day. But last week it was much colder.
But yeah, so I drink a Celsius. I go for a long walk, and so that gets the blood pumping. That gets my metabolism doing something. And then I just try to be like mindful about like how much I eat, because I usually if I'm not like disciplining myself about it, I have no regulator, so I just eat as much of whatever, and then I get fat as shit. So it's like now if I do reach for something like little mini waffles, it's like, all right, you don't have to eat the whole box right now. There's 75 of these in here. You don't have to eat all 75 right now. So, I've lost weight. Like I said, I'm wiping my ass again.
Yeah, so it's not the best way to do it because you won't feel as full and you'll be tempted to eat more. But it's just calories in, calories out. It's just that you could eat 2 Lovebird donuts and be at 2,000 calories for the day. Or you could have you can have a salad. Pickles are a good treat. They're very filling and they're like 0 calories.
That's another thing I got at Costco. Grillo's pickles. I've been eating those. Those are good.
Yeah. I eat a lot of potatoes. I cook mine in the Instapot the night before and then put them in the fridge. The starch changes over, so it's more satiating, and I guess it does something different to your glycogen levels. But same with white rice. But the potatoes are much better for you. It's a very cheap way to get something. I think it's the most satiating food that you can have.
Potatoes are a miracle. I've said this, that it's such a nutrient dense, filling food that's relatively healthy.
I don't think there's anything that I eat more than potatoes,
dude. And it's like if you got an air fryer, dude. Like I'll take I mean, my preference would be fingerlings, but those are kind of pricey. But you just like a red potato or russet, chop that up lengthways, however you say it, julienne.
Yep.
And just hit it with some olive oil, a little salt and pepper. Pop that in the air fryer.
I do this, dude. I do that almost every day. I have recently been making my breakfast hash browns or whatever you want to call them. Those aren't hash browns. What are they called? When you cook the potatoes and they're cut. Hash brown to like the ones shredded. That are like grated, shredded. But what are they called when they're in the cubes like that?
Home fries?
Home fries, yeah. I make those almost every morning for breakfast, and I've been doing I do mung bean eggs. So instead of eggs, I use mung bean, and I use a little bit of black salt, which gives you the sulfur taste of eggs, with tomatoes, onions, Greek olives, cashew feta cheese, and spinach. Been making eating that every day. So I'm back on a good filling diet. For a while there, I was friggin' slacking. So I'm feeling a lot better and a lot more energetic, eating better. I made a huge made a red cabbage salad or purple cabbage salad. So I have a big diced purple cabbage. I added tomato, cucumbers, capers, artichoke hearts, garlic, spices, spinach. And then for the dressing, I used white vinegar, apple cider vinegar, and hemp hearts, and it makes like a creamy dressing. And I put 1 scoop of brown sugar in it, but that is really good. Oh, and then it's got, for protein, it's got red beans, black beans, and chickpeas in it. But bean salads are the key to long life.
You must be farting, dude.
No, so that's one of the misconceptions.
I asked be farting.
When you first start veganism, they call it like Satan's belly or whatever. Your farts are crazy while your gut microbiome changes, like in the first 3 or 4 months, and you're shitting out like all the stuff. And then you get a little bit gassy. But I would say for me, around 5 years in, like broccoli, hummus, beans, like all that stuff no longer gives you gas because the microbiome changes in your stomach. So you just digest it better. So I don't have any gas, no farting. I mean, I fart, but not any more than like you're supposed to fart like in a day. I farted more when I was herbivore. But once your microbiome changes, it's able to whatever. Now, new studies show that the missing proteins that you have in your stomach, the bacteria in your stomach will start making the amino acids to make complete proteins. It's crazy how the ecosystem of the body works.
But interesting.
Yeah.
I switched from rice to quinoa.
Very good. Yeah.
I'm on the quinoa tip now. So
you make that in the rice cooker?
I haven't done that yet. No, the quinoa is like way easier to cook than rice. So
much tastier too.
Follow the directions on the bag. Like I just get a pot and bring it to a boil, lower it, let it simmer for like 15 minutes, and then fluff it with a fork, and then now it's a canvas. I could salt it. I could put fucking whatever sauce I need to make it taste good, or I just eat it plain. But yeah,
I like that in a salad too. Make a hearty salad with quinoa and like spinach, kale, tomatoes, put some vegetables in there, some avocado in the end, some radishes.
Yeah, it's nice, dude. Because I realized I was eating like a lot of rice, and I realized like, man, I just want something to go with my sauce. And I feel like this rice is so starchy and glutinous, and just nothing but carbs. It's like, well, if I'm just needing the sauce, what is an alternative? So. No, while I was at Costco, I saw they got that big bag of quinoa, and I got that, and it's been good. It's been nice.
If you soak your rice and clean the water, so you get all the like the excess starch and powder on the outside, and the arsenic gets off of it, whatever it is, the white rice, and then cook it. Then put that cook it with coconut oil. And then put that in the refrigerator overnight. It makes it much healthier for you and easier to digest. But I usually put a couple spoons of hemp seed in it, and then some lentils, and then it still tastes like the same old rice. But now you're getting some protein and some healthy fats.
You gotta rinse your rice no matter what. Any.
I didn't know that until 15 years ago when I was making rice. Prior to that, I was just not rinsing it.
Right, I used to never rinse it, but then I saw enough like Asian women on TikTok tell me that you're supposed to rinse it.
Uncle Roger, you ever see him?
Yeah, Uncle Roger. Yeah, but yeah. Yeah. So it's I guess it does two things for it because it gets all the fucking dirt and shit off of it. Because when you rinse it, you see how cloudy it is, and then as you rinse it multiple times, it cleans it. But I think like washing all that starch off is what gets it to makes it like actually sticky at that point. Like once you rinse all that shit off, now you have like the rice you can mold and do sticky stuff with. If you want to make like a mango sticky rice or whatever, if you don't rinse all that shit off, it's not going to stick.
So I tried to bake. There's a vegan lady that makes all these treats or whatever, and I follow a couple different people cooking things in the reels. But I tried to make a quinoa breakfast pancake, and there's a way that you can use like oats and quinoa in some yogurts or whatever, and then bake it in the oven, and it makes pancakes, but in a protein pancake, but in a dish. So you're not like, you don't have to put them in or whatever. And then you pre-make them, keep them in the fridge. And when you wake up in the morning, you can bake them and then put a little syrup on them. And you're basically eating a protein pancake for breakfast. I tried to make them twice. Huge failure. So I don't know. So if anybody knows how to bake with quinoa, I'd love to figure that out.
This is exhilarating conversation.
The chat's fired up.
Dude.
See, I figured we figured this out a while ago. The reason that we've grown is because the chat is a bunch of haters. And before, when you and Robbie and Crack were all hating, they didn't have anybody to hate because everybody was hating.
Right.
But now that I'm here, they have something to focus that hate energy on. So no matter what we talk about, I can read the comments and there's at least 5 people engaged in hating me.
Well, I've tried to move away a little bit. It's still very fun to hate things and to complain and stuff. But, it's just like something I have been thinking about lately, especially like, with like spending so much time on Twitter and seeing the way hatred is becoming, is like the way people hate, or the way hate is what defines so many, from at least on Twitter, at least like through what I see on social media, like the way there's like so many people who's like their reason for being is hatred. Like a lot of these like big since Elon bought the website, a lot of these big accounts, their whole thing is just like hating other people, like immigrants or black people or libtards,
Yeah, well, there's a huge portion of like Chinese and Indian bots on there, but there is a bunch of people that are like, they'll post like a TikTok of like some angry like teacher or whatever, right, with colored hair,
right?
That's saying something about kids, and it's like, well, I would have never seen this had you not posted this,
right? It's just proliferating grievance through anecdotal incidences.
Well, it just makes you feel like if I hunted down the actual TikTok, like how many views does it have? Like 50? But then you on your big conservative account bring it over to get millions of views and attention for it on X. It's like if you just let that person, like Nick Fuentes, had they just left him in obscurity, like there wouldn't have been a big deal. But Ben Shapiro was so hell bent on getting him canceled like a decade ago that he actually brought attention to Nick Fuentes, and now he is the beast that sits before us.
Right.
They've created their own monster, and he's been wilding lately. I don't know if new people.
Fuentes has been wilding.
Like I've never watched his show, so I only see the clips, and so I don't know if new people are clipping, and so they're getting like his really crazy ass shit, where the other people were finding like the best thing that he said that was reasonable and clipping it. But like what he said recently about pedophilia is the exact opposite of my argument for like defining the words, because of what he said, where he's saying it's like, hey, these like lots of the world sleeps with people that are this age. Is like, no, that's not the point. The point is
I'm not a pedophile at all.
You need to protect people that are like 15 that feel like adults, that don't recognize that they're being preyed on because they don't feel like they're a kid. So they're like, well, no pedophiles are coming after me because I'm not a kid. And then he goes on there, and I think that's what he's about to say. And he's like, yeah, actually, Jeffrey Epstein wasn't a pedophile because he was fucking teenagers. And you're like, that's not right.
Yeah. Who could have seen it coming that Nick Fuentes is a bad guy?
Well, here's the thing, and I said this about Trump. There's so many negative things to say about him. Like, why do they bring up the stuff that's reasonable and try to get you to hate that? You know what I mean? So like they were bringing up reasonable stuff that Nick was saying and trying to get you to hate it. And it's like, well, this kind of makes some sense to me. You know what I mean? And they do the same thing with Trump. Like, I don't know, but it was like they would lie about something that he did.
Lee Rector damn near killed her 420.
And you were like, well, why are you lying about something instead of like these other horrific things that he's doing? Like, just bring up this horrific stuff that he's doing instead of lying about this stuff.
Well, I guess to expound, to clarify and expound upon what I was trying to, because it's like, yeah, I mean, it's like whatever, social media is whatever. It's all, Twitter is it's never been a nice place, I suppose. But I guess I saw, when you, I guess like, when you're able to see in others what you don't necessarily realize about yourself, like,
yeah,
you can see, like, I guess I was seeing like, just noticing reflections of myself in all these people I disagree with, just how many of them seem to be fueled by their grievances and discontent, and that's what like shapes their existence. And so it's something I just have been more cognizant about lately, and I don't want to like live a life where I'm too often just wallowing in the things I don't like or the things I hate. I don't want to just wallow in negativity. It's fun. I mean, but so it's fun to talk some shit every now and then. But I mean, like all these gossip channels on YouTube, like talking shit about like different like famous comedians or whatever. I can feel it when I'm watching that kind of shit, and it's fun. I enjoy those channels, but I can feel that it's like satisfying this really like like disgusting urge inside of me. This like this appetite for I don't know, just like hatred or so.
I don't watch those shows, and I have no idea. The only reason I know about their names is because Matt and Shane Lewis in Hate Watch. Hate Watch is pretty much my favorite new podcast. I mean, it's been around for a while, but new for me, with Devin Costa and his buddies there. But they bring up Elephant Graveyard, Too Lazy to Try.
The Elephant Graveyard, I'll say this, the last video he put out actually extended beyond just like hating or gossip.
Yeah.
He really did like a full-on dissection of just like the current moment, like this moment in time, and our relation to entertainment and all that I feel like actually it went much deeper than just like petty grievance. I thought it was really well done.
Well, I was gonna say I don't watch those shows, but those Matt and Shane, huge podcast, huge guy. I'm sure you've heard of Shane Gillis. But Lewis brought it up recently, I think, on Rap, and then Devin Costa and Ben bring it up on Hate Watch and on Lemon Party. And they say that they all watch it, and all the comedians they know watch it, and they want to see if there's ones about them and who they're talking about. So it's funny that the comedians are like, I don't know if it's like narcissistic tendencies or they're like, they want to wallow in pity and like feel bad about themselves. But the majority of the people watching those shows, well, not a majority, but a lot of views are from the comedians they're talking about, which I wouldn't recognize. Like if somebody's, I don't go on Reddit. If there's ever a Reddit, when we get big and the Billionaire Podcast is huge and there's a Reddit that's commenting on us, I won't be there. I still go in the videos and I'll still interact with the fans in the comments, but like, so I'm surprised that the comedians take time out to listen to.
Comedians are very, and I'm not precluded from this. because it's something I've recognized in myself, but definitely like really famous, successful comedians.
Yeah.
They are narcissists for the most part, a lot of them, and they're so like self-involved and like weirdly lacking in like I guess confidence or self-esteem. I don't know what it is, but they're like this combination of narcissism and insecurity that they do go and actually watch these things and pay attention to like comments and Reddit and all that. But but the way they do it is like from a place of like not acknowledging any sort of criticism. It's just like feeding this urge they have to see what people are saying about them and then getting angry that there's people who don't like them.
I would guess
a lot of these criticisms are valid, but they never acknowledge those or take the time to like do any sort of introspection based on that. They just get mad and accuse everybody of being mentally ill that dares to criticize them. So
I would say any sort of entertainment, music, comedy, acting, writing movies, or whatever, maybe not like writing like books and movies as much, but still there has to be a level of delusion in a positive way where you've kind of like, manifested your own destiny, where you don't give up, where you keep failing and falling on your face over and over again. And you still see a light. Yeah, you still see a light at the end of the tunnel. So I can see that's how that could be kind of like misconstrued as like a narcissistic. We all have narcissistic tendencies, but that could be misconstrued. But I think some of the negative thing with the comics comes from it's like you're constantly trying new jokes in new rooms and new places, and a lot of the times they are failing, and you're trying to get them to be correct, and then when they're correct, you're just repeating the same thing every night in a little different way. So then you kind of feel like a fraud. You know what I mean? Like you fail until you're successful. Then when you're successful, you're just repeating that same joke over and over again until it feels like fraudulent. So I can see how that would make you kind of like insecure.
Yeah, I think you just have to accept being a fraud. I mean, it is fraud. This is the whole fucking thing is fraudulent. You're not really like, I guess you could say like, oh, if you're a comedian or a musician or whatever kind of entertainer you are, I guess you could say like, oh, I make people happy or I'm doing this, and this. But I mean, you're not really like producing or building in any sort of way that's furthering along the collective human race. You know what I mean? Like you're just you're just entertaining. You're just making entertainment.
How old? I'm trying to think. How old were you when you recognized that the trick in comedy?
Oh.
Like you know what I mean? Like, because I'm trying to think. I think when I was watching VH1, I still was in a play like VH1 Comedy Spotlight with Rosie O'Donnell. I still think I was in a place where I thought I hadn't quite figured out that they weren't just going up on stage and ad-libbing.
Right.
So I think maybe when Louis did that special, that 30-minute special where he's in front of the farm with the cloud.
I mean,
mural in the back.
It would have been probably when I was like 20 and I was going to open mics and being in it, and I started to see like the formula that I realized like, oh, okay, I see like what the trick is, like how this, how this.
When did you kind of recognize that it was scripted in a way?
Oh, shit. I mean, I guess I understood that before I ever did it.
Yeah.
Like I think I always had some understanding that this was like a routine this person had been like working on. And that this was like their, something that they had, nailed down and then honed, and now this is the presentation of that. Because I remember like even as a kid, as a teenager, or whatever, when I'd hear on the radio that Larry the Cable Guy's coming to town. I'd be like, who would go see the same jokes we just saw on the Blue Collar DVD? Like, who would pay to go see him do those jokes again? But I didn't realize that. I guess like they do new material when they come.
Yeah.
Although he doesn't, so I was right that he's one of those guys who is going to do jokes from the special live. But I guess I did understand that it's like you have your bits and your skits, and
I still think because like I don't know when I figured it out. I can't really think back to when I saw, because I do know when I'm thinking again now, when I listen to VH1, I'm like, oh, I do remember thinking, oh, I saw them do this when they were on this, when they did their 5 minutes on Carson or whatever it was, Leno. And even like when they sit down and talk to Conan and talk to Leno and talk to Letterman, there's a lot of people that think, and there's ad lib there, obviously, it's not whatever. But some of the stuff, like if you've ever seen the behind the scenes, like they're literally like Drew Barrymore and Letterman had like a whole setup where she was going to do an advertisement for cheese. And like they practiced it before the show and they practiced the conversations and walking in or whatever.
Right.
And it's not exactly scripted like a TV show, but I do think there's still a lot of people that don't recognize that is scripted, not scripted like to a T, but scripted more than like say Curb Your Enthusiasm is.
Right.
I
do remember kind of catching on to the pattern at an early age of like when a comedian would go on Letterman or Conan or whatever, like go on one of these talk shows and sit down with them and they would have this like conversation. The comedian would tell some anecdote and Conan would laugh. I remember picking up on it that like I would see that and then I'd watch their special, and that conversation they'd have with Conan is a bit in the special.
Yeah.
It used to drive me fucking nuts anytime a comedian would go on a talk show, because I'd be like, he's just doing a bit from his fucking hour on this, this talk. That's why it was always great when Norm Macdonald.
I was just thinking that because Norm refused to burn material, so he would come up with a long story.
Right.
Yeah.
So I mean, I guess, and then like once I actually started going to open mics and getting booked for stuff, I did. I could see like the distinction between. Well, I picked up on like what the trick of it is, like the formula of like a joke and how how it is, kind of a parlor trick. And I did notice, even at the local level, in the Dallas Fort Worth where I was, the distinction between somebody who just got really good at the formula versus somebody who has like a knack,
a God-given knack for it. Yeah.
I watched actual like talent or ability for being funny in front of people. So there were guys who had been doing it for 10 plus years, who in that time, in defiance of all the audiences who never laughed at them, at their jokes, had developed the ability to figure out the formula for being funny.
I watched the formula change is what I was going to say. So I know comedy's probably been around since maybe like 1950s, like one-liner comedy.
What is this? Wait, what does this mean? I don't know what this means. I thought I changed it. The price of the membership. I added. I don't know what they're complaining about.
Yeah, I don't even know how to. I can't even. We can ask ChatGPT later.
Well, hold on. Drew says, "Can I come on and do a cheese ad? It's Parmesan." I guess.
So as I grew up and I watched comedy, though, I watched it go from one-liners and like rants into storytelling, misdirect, rule of threes. Like I watched comedy long enough to kind of, I know that stuff's been around since like Shakespearean and Greek tragedies and stuff, but I'm talking about within the stand-up community as they learned, because it used to be the majority of comics were one-liner punchline guys. the storyteller stuff that goes on now is somewhat recent.
Boring.
It depends how people do it. You know who's actually like, there is some like women that kind of get it, and I often wonder, I'm still kind of chauvinist with it, because I often wonder if they got a guy writing them jokes. The one that I actually think writes very good, reminds me of Jesselnick, is that Italian chick from Kiltony, Christina something or whatever. She does very good one-liner, misdirect, long pause where you think it's over because like people are laughing even harder than they should because she's hot, and then she bangs a tag on the end of it right at the right time, and so the one-liner people are coming back, I guess.
That's cool. I mean, but what I was, hold on, what were we talking about? Oh, I guess what I was like saying that you led us into this is like, I am trying to not be I'm trying not to do grievance as much or just like hate as much as I have in the past, like make that such a thing in my life, because it's like, I don't know. I could feel it definitely scratches an itch. Is fun. It can be fun and cathartic at times, and then other times I can feel like that kind of negativity, just like affecting me negatively. Becoming something that's kind of weighing me down, and then also where it's directed is like really stupid. Where it's like just being angry about like whatever different entertainers are doing, because entertainment's such a weird thing, because it's weirdly not important, but then the most important thing of all time. Like, look at how much of our lives are devoted to entertainment. Like how much of it is like, like a focus in our lives. Like everybody got a TV in their house, they got a smartphone, they got a computer, and there's movie theaters, and then so there's like billions of dollars being spent on entertainment, like making it and then consuming it.
Yeah,
and it's like such a demand for so many people is entertainment, but it's like it's just entertainment. It's fucking stupid. Like, why is it?
I grew up in a household where they didn't even let me play music. So, I mean, we've come a long way that people can listen to comedy, movie, TV, skits, clips, scroll, doom scroll. There's all sorts of content and entertainment.
It's like, and it's, I guess, I don't know how people feel about talking about this, but, I when I was in like 22, 23, I went through the phase where I got really into David Foster Wallace. So I read all of his essays and I read 2 of his novels. So I read all the essays, I read Broom of the System, and oh yeah, I read Infinite Jest. But he, back in the 90s, he was talking about that like people's relationship with entertainment then that was really concerning him was how consumed people were becoming by entertainment. And that's the entire premise of Infinite Jest, is that like the way that entertainment is like causing people to become isolated and is in itself an addiction as strong or stronger than any drug, and so that's only what's the word I'm looking for, in the years since then, that's only gotten worse, or it's the whole everything shit. I mean, I can't even think of what I'm trying to say. That's been like exacerbated in the years since then. Like that is like everything has developed in technology and everything. Entertainment has become more and more like this bigger and bigger thing in everyone's lives. And look at like what everyone talks about now, like as far as the sort of concerns that people have about the way we're living our lives now. The the male loneliness epidemic. Like
Yeah.
everybody, there's like this. I mean, think about it. It's like it you know, maybe they're related. Who knows what the correlation is? But I do think that there's something about the expansion of entertainment and the further isolation of each of us. Like all of us, more and more getting more and more lonely.
Yeah. So like everything has become so individualized and niched down that if you get so far down in the niche, you isolate yourself just like kind of like on purpose, especially if you become one of those people. And art is so subjective that it's weird to me when people want to only like date and be around people that enjoy the same subjective art as them. That was always strange to me. Like, oh, I want a girlfriend like that listens to punk, and it's like, well, that's such a bad framework to build something on, like friendship, romantic, or whatever. But it does seem like nowadays there is so much like personalized, decentralized content for you that you can just escape and have plenty to do in a day.
Right.
Where back in the day when we just had TV and you had to like tune in at 8 p.m., kind of like everybody tunes in at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time every Saturday night to watch Cornfed with Dalton Pruitt and myself. You have to be there.
I'm trying to make entertainment.
Yeah, you have to be there. And so like when you would go to work on, Friday morning, everybody had watched Seinfeld or Friends the night before at the particular time where they missed it, because that was the way. Now you can watch content at your leisure. You know what I mean?
Yeah, just something about like when you look around now, how much of everything is not even entertainment. Like the word used to be entertainment. Now it's content. Like so much of our lives is just like content that it feels like we're getting to this like saturation point where it's like we're entertaining ourselves to death. Like we're growing further and further apart from each other. Everybody's lonely. Nobody's happy. And we're all just like watching Kai Cenat learn how to read.
I will say, I don't know why they were dunking on his ass. I think he's actually, there's a huge illiteracy. I mean, I'm illiterate, but the Black community has a huge problem with literacy.
I ain't reading no motherfucking book.
And I mean, like 50 Cent joked around about this with what's his face, the boxer there, pretty much saying like, if he can read one page of like Dr. Seuss or whatever, I'll donate $100K to his favorite charity. And like, so there's a lot of individuals that can't read. So I think he's going to do a lot of good for kids.
I'm conflicted about it because there is something about it that's exemplary where, if all the kids that watch him, teenagers and young adults who have never paid much mind to like reading and literacy, see him making this like effort to better himself and actually read more and learn how to read, even if what he's reading is absolute fucking dog shit, like Atomic Habits, then that might,
I read Atomic Habits.
Inspire.
I wish I would have breezed through it quicker. I took too much time with it, but it's not a terrible book.
But that sort of thing might, because it is like in a way it's humbling. It shows that he's willing to sit down and try to read anything he doesn't understand. Like if he comes across a word he doesn't know what it is or how to pronounce it, he looks it up. And I do think those are good habits. I was taught all that in school. And I've always been mindful of it. So it's like I never needed to see somebody on the internet do that.
I was terrible at reading. I had all female teachers up until even probably 12th grade graduation, with the exception of science and physics. All my teachers are female. My English teacher is always female. And they're like, read The Scarlet Letter. I'm like, this sucks. Read Little Women. This sucks. So I hated reading.
Well, but I'm talking about like what I was taught, like the way I was educated or taught how to read, or when it comes to reading, was that, and this is what was in that Kai Cenat thing I saw, was that like, my teachers always say like, hey, if you're struggling with this book, if you're happen across a word you don't understand or whatever, there's no shame in like having to take the time to go grab a dictionary and look up a word or ask questions. And you know, that's like
I hated that shit though. They're like, look it up. It's like, I don't know how to like they were like, oh, look it up. And it's like, well, if I don't know how to spell it, how do I look it up? It's a little different than reading because it's on the page. But
right. Well, I was just like taught that that's what you're supposed to do, and that it's, I guess like literature or reading is not a contest, or it's not like a thing where you're trying to like prove you're better than anybody else. So it's like necessary if you are wanting to like, read and write yourself. It's part of that process is like going and looking up words or asking questions and trying to, better understand what it is you're reading. And so I think in that way it is like, nice that could influence and inspire young kids, especially since there is.
It was an embarrassing part of school, wasn't it? Did you do like round robin reading and stuff?
Yeah, I guess, but that was also.
So they stressed you out. I'm just saying they did not make reading for me in school a fun activity, so I stayed away from it and I focused a lot more on math.
I'll go ahead.
It wasn't until I got out into the real world myself and I had things that I wanted to learn about that not reading was getting in the way. That I found out what I like to read, which is nonfiction.
Right, Indian. But I'll go ahead and suck my own penis here. I never struggled with it. Like the when it came to like reading out loud or reading books and all that. Of course, there were times I didn't know a word, or I had trouble understanding themes here and there. But I never really struggled that much with literature and English in those classes.
Yeah. Well, I will say, not that I grew up in an Ebonics household, but I grew up with somebody from the Midwest that said like washcloth, squash instead of squash, washcloth.
Right.
My mother was from Greece, so she spoke Greek, Romanian, and then English. So I was surrounded by English as a second language, third language.
Right.
And so for me, even like nowadays, I didn't learn from reading words. I learned from hearing words. So like when the chat's always picking on the way that I say stuff, it's because I'm just repeating what I heard over the years. And it's very hard for me to make the switch.
Right. Well, I definitely, because I grew up in the South, but I understood at an early age that that's a dialect. So the way people speak is not necessarily.
But you never read a word and you're like, fuck, that's a T and not a D? My whole life I've been saying it as a D. That's my whole life.
I've had the experience where I've only ever seen a word and then I hear somebody say it for the first time and I go, oh, I guess I didn't really know how to pronounce that.
Mine's the other way around. I'm like, oh, I've been pronouncing chameleon wrong this whole time.
Right. Chameleon.
Yeah. I've been saying chameleon. I've been rapping to that. My favorite rapper, chameleon.
Well,
chameleon.
So, but the thing, the Kai Cenat thing, I can see how it can be a good thing, especially as there's like this growing literacy crisis. It's also, this is back, it goes to what I was talking about, that it's like, it's so performative and it's so like much, it's more just like entertainment that it in a weird way, it feels kind of hollow. Like it feels like so empty. That it's like, is this, maybe if it helps somebody, maybe it doesn't matter what his intentions are. But to me, it's like, well, this is obviously just like another effort by this guy to further his own brand and create something that.
So yes, no, but so there is something to be said, like, oh, he could do that in private. But even if he is using it as a grift and he's doing it out in the open, there's going to be a percentage of individuals with that will help. And there'll be a percentage of it that are just going to cut parts of him messing up a word and dunk on him.
It just what concerns me,
the nature of the beast.
It just concerns me that it would be necessary for somebody to even need to do what he's doing. That like, you have like so many kids and adults who are illiterate. They just the cause of that, or the actual like whatever. I'm trying to think what I'm trying to say here. But it's like the actual crisis that's happening, or the actual cause, is that they're not receiving the education and the connection they need with their their teachers and their classmates and everything. Like when I was in school, I had I guess I got a better education than what they're giving now, because like I had teachers who were very involved with us, and put forth a lot of effort to teach us how to read and how to like think about what we're reading, and they were very like invested.
Things have changed big time though. I'm 50 now. I was 19 thinking back, so however long ago, 30 years ago, I was going with my buddy to the school to teachers conference with him, because he had to talk because his kid wasn't doing well, and he went in because his kid had gone into this special Spanish class early, as at like 5 or 6, into a Spanish class, and it wasn't doing well, so they were thinking about pulling him out. They go there to see the kid, and it wasn't actually teaching Spanish to an English kid. They needed a place to put all the Spanish kids that didn't speak English. So they created this fake class to shove all the Spanish kids in there. So his kid was just sitting in the back, not learning anything, while the teachers were trying to figure out a way to get funding to teach Spanish kids English. So there's a huge thing that goes on in America now where because they do it by age, and they do it by grouping in like zip code or whatever, you'll get a whole group of people that are ready to move to the next step. And then you have a whole bunch of people that aren't ready. And the teacher focuses on all the people that aren't doing everything. And the people that are excelling get left like to be bored. So when you start dumbing down a system, the teachers have to spend so much time organizing the bottom of the class. They can't help the people that are excelling. It's sad.
Yeah, this is the Kurt Vonnegut short story, Harrison Bergeron. Equity is the greatest evil. Leveling it for so that no one is better than anyone at anything.
Yeah, instead of age, one quick fix would be they should adjust the schools by merit instead of age. And so like, and they do that to some point where they hold some students back, but then they're just embarrassing those students that are held back. And because that's dumb too, because they might be excelling in math, right, but not doing well in English. So they should be with the people that do the same level as math as them, and then drop down for the people that do in English. And the age should be, it's important because you don't want to have like adults with children, or like, the puberty line becomes difficult, but grouping people by age is ridiculous, because people like you and me, for example, I had difficulty reading. You thought reading was easy. I flew through math to the point that I was doing calculus my junior year, and they didn't even have math in my high school system for me for my senior year. And most of the people that I knew that were doing well in English were not doing well in math. It was like kind of one or the other. Very few people excelled.
Yeah, I guess it's that left brain, the right brain thing. I don't know. I mean, there were definitely kids who were just good at everything. Like
yeah.
There were the kids who were crushing it in English and could read better than me, and they also could do math better than me. And I was always just so frustrated, because I'm like, well, I'm pretty good at reading. I'm doing good in this class. Math is killing me.
Yeah.
And then, I guess history is easy because you just have to like.
Didn't you kind of figure out the system though? That's what fucked me in school. You
saw through the bullshit.
Yeah, I did. No, like I figured out how to work the system so that I got all A's, and I was in like a special advanced class. But I never was actually learning anything. I was just learning how to get A's. So when I finished school, I was like, oh, I didn't really get anything from that except how to work this structure that they've created.
Oh,
where other friends that were actually enjoyed learning and actually getting A's because they were learning. I was just learning, oh, I know how this teacher does tests. I know this structure. I know I have to study this. And by the time I was 2 years out of school, I barely remember any of the fucking shit.
Some people might argue that that's more valuable what you're talking about than anything in throughout your like school your schooling is learning how to game the system and you know, do what you got to do to excel in spite of not actually accomplishing what you're supposed, like just learning how to game the system. I think they some people might say, considering how the world actually works, that's probably more valuable than understanding the thematic elements of The Great Gatsby.
Yeah, and I mean, there was so much going on. I remember like getting a really bad physics teacher that was a substitute and getting him in trouble. I'll never forget his name, Mr. Masali, wherever you are. I made this guy crash out in class because everybody was having A's in this class. And then he came in and he was terrible. And he was covering he was trying to be a student teacher and he was covering for the actual physics teacher. And he was terrible at it. And he had a crash out and called me a dumb idiot in class and slammed all the books down and kicked me out. And I went and I talked to the teacher or whatever. And I told them to look at everybody's grades and say, since this student teacher who's not even supposed to be teaching us has started teaching, everybody's grades has gone down. We need him out of there. Man, he did. He got kicked out of there. And the next time I saw him, he was at Home Depot. And I was like, hey, how's it going, Mr. Masali? Remember when you called me a dumb idiot? Then I got you fired, you dumbass. I didn't say that to him. I felt bad. You know, when you see your teachers in the real world and you're like, oh, fuck, they got to have two jobs.
I think back on it. Like, I think back on like my, when I was in middle school and high school and like all those, like how many of my teachers, you know, at the time were like younger than I am now. Yeah. Just how fucking stressed and miserable they must have been, dude, doing that job.
I was thinking about this the other day because I was listening to a podcast where they're talking about how the female teachers are fucking all the kids nowadays, and it didn't happen when we were kids.
That shit was definitely happening when I was in high school.
I was thinking back to this. When I was 17, I was a junior. I had this teacher, Mrs. Maples, and she was a creative writing teacher, so she wasn't a real teacher. She looked like Molly Ringwald, but she had like longer red hair, and she used to wear sundresses. And she was all about me and my writing. And she kept bringing it up to my parents and whatever. And I was like, I don't want to write. I hate writing. And she would take me after English class, but it wasn't even a real class. It was like this extra writing class. And I remember sitting in this room with her and she kept sitting on the table in front of me in the sundress on this round table. And we all thought she was hot. At the time, I just never put two and two together. But now that I look back, I was like 17 and she was probably only 24.
Right. But so when you're in high school,
so she was probably like, and I was like playing football and stuff and working out. So I was in shape. So she was probably thinking, I wasn't even thinking that she was sexually available. But now that I know, a kid braver than me probably could have fucked Mrs. Maple.
By the way, Robbie says that you're Molly Ringwald. But I mean,
very good.
When you're that age, like the gap between 17 and 24 is as vast as, you know, she might as well be 1,000 years old. It's like,
yeah, in my mind,
perception or concept of life outside of high school. So I mean, I remember even like being in high school when you're 14 and you see the seniors, you're like, oh, those are like grown men. You know, that's like, you know, I can't even imagine, you know, the manly lives they're living right now. And then you think back on it, it's like, you know, it's all children. But at the time, you know, you don't know.
Well, you used to talk about how hot she was, and I'd be like, yeah, and we would like talk about her and all this stuff. And then it wasn't until like very recently that I was thinking back to my interactions with her. And I was like, oh yeah, she was like, because now if I look at like a 17 going on 18-year-old dude and a 24-year-old, because I was like junior going on senior about
you do what Robbie said.
No.
I love how often the show turns into discussing 17.
I was 17 at the time. She was 24.
Yeah, that's fair.
But I'm
Hey, you
saying,
know
like,
what? Checkmate, Robbie.
when I was looking
We're
back,
talking about a 17-year-old boy right now.
yeah, checkmate. No, but I'm looking back now, and that seems like a 17-year-old and 24-year-old seem almost the same to me in my brain now. But at the time,
Well, not, but
it felt like,
I guess depending on the state, the law doesn't see it that way.
well, I'm just saying they're both very young.
Sure.
Yeah.
We have $10 from Howling Kenny Rogers. Shout out to Sumo Dog, who's been shackled to blue cheese, even though he needed the money. Well, cool, thank you. Oh, $10.99 from Scotty MT. $10.99.
Oh, we can pull that up.
Well, I said he eats like Goku, and I stand by that. That this is like when Goku's real hungry and Chi
Yeah, I saw this.
brings him dinner. This is what Goku does: is bring the bowl right up to his mouth and shovel it into his mouth. So this is actually
he wants to run for mayor. Is he doing a bit here?
This is the Super Saiyan method of eating. It's actually one of the more admirable traits of Michael Rappaport is that he eats like Goku.
Is he doing a bit?
I don't know. I mean, maybe.
Yeah, pulling up the original here.
Well, hey, look, you know how it is when you're eating. It looks like he's eating noodles. You know how it be when you're trying to get the noodles from the bowl or the plate to your mouth. How it can like that journey from the bowl to your mouth can be treacherous. So what if it cuts down on any possibilities of mishaps of getting food all over you, all over your nice shirt. Just bringing the plate right up to your lips.
Let me see if I can find the original.
It's pretty smart. Is actually when you think about it, it's like a really smart technique because now there's no chance or very minimal chance of getting food all over his shirt eating this way. So I don't agree with a lot of what Michael Rappaport has said in recent years about Palestine and the Zionist state of Israel. He has said a lot of he's made a lot of incendiary comments about the ongoing conflict between Israel and Palestine. But I commend him on his eating technique.
He's running for mayor, which is going to be fun. I'm trying to see if I can find the video of him eating.
So that's what I have to say about, rap. Also, I always have enjoyed him as an actor. It's a shame that he's an insane, bloodthirsty Zionist. We have $2 from Howling Kenny Rogers. I plus me equals you. Thank you.
Yeah, so people are comparing it to the current mayor and how he was eating. So maybe he was doing a bit so that he could talk about running for mayor. You know what I mean? Because how there's always like these snapshots of different, like eating with your hands, or like eating something, like eating pizza with a fork and knife. No. You know how sometimes they show like Trump was eating pizza with a fork and knife, or it was Ted Cruz or whatever, and then Zoran is eating it through hands, and they turn that. And maybe he's like, "Well, I'm running for mayor. I need a food thing to get in the news so I can announce my
an odd way to eat food because that's politics.
It's very political. Yeah.
Oh, $20.
And the other thing too, did you see Lemaire with the gun with no trigger?
That was a very ill-advised
no trigger discipline.
Yeah, I thought that was maybe a bad idea to post that.
So one thing I will say about a revolver, in people that were watching Panatron before this, and John McCaffrey used to do a trick where they play Russian roulette, where they spin it and they pull the trigger. The thing with a revolver is you can see the chamber and you can actually see where the bullet is located. And so you should always treat even unloaded guns as if they're loaded.
Right.
But it's much easier to know that a revolver is empty. And I'm guessing that revolver was empty, that he had his finger on the trigger like that. but it's still very dumb. And hopefully it's a prop gun.
Well, also to post a picture of yourself holding a gun saying "Don't come to school tomorrow," I feel like you're getting that's just like, who knows, but it's just like something that could possibly lead to you getting a knock on the door. Is it worth?
Yes, somebody was joking around about that, saying like Shane's gonna have the FBI.
Yeah, is it worth the likes and retweets and impressions, like introducing the that possibility into your life? That
he's turning into fat Kanye. Yeah, I got the
Kanye was fat Kanye.
He's turning into Kanye.
Yeah, he's turning into Kanye, sure.
So like it does look real from this angle, but the finger trigger, I mean, you never put your finger on the trigger like that.
Lemaire has been, much like Nick Fuentes, Lemaire has been wilding lately.
Yeah.
He's been on some shit. You know.
I mean, I'd seen him and Andy playing table games. I tried to get you into the table games with them.
Yeah.
That would be a lot of fun. That'd be a fun crew. Him, Andy, and their boys, Scardini. You could go play table games with them.
Yeah,
Gardini. I met Gardini a couple times. He's very soft spoken, but he seemed pretty cool. But I heard he's got a temper on him, which I've never seen.
I heard that too. I don't know. It must be like a drinking thing, like when he's drunk. I don't know.
Yeah, he was super. I mean, he made me uncomfortable. I wasn't sure if he was doing a bit or not because he was so soft spoken and polite when I talked to him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is it?
I you know what I walked away with? I was like, oh, am I that old now? Because that's what it was like. He was like he was talking to an elder. That's how I felt. But somebody told me that's just how he is.
Yeah, he's just a very like just low energy guy. We got $20 from Howling Kenny Rogers. He wants us to play the Uncle Buck scene with in the principal's office. So hey, for $20, hey, that's a good.
Okay, are we gonna play the Good Boy movie trailer again for Drew?
We can, yeah, we'll do that here in a little bit
because I still have that. So
let me go ahead and I got it queued up.
Okay,
I got it right here. We'll go ahead and play this. I guess we'll have to pause here and there just to, I guess, for the YouTube algorithm doesn't punish us. We'll see here, but hey, by request from Howling Kenny Rogers, it's a scene from Uncle Buck.
I'm Anita Horgar.
Buck melanoma. Molly Russell's wart. Not her wart. Not her wart. I'm the wart. She's my tumor, my growth, my pimple. I'm Uncle Wart. Just old Buck Wart Russell. That's what they call me. Or melanoma head. They'll call me that. Melanoma head's coming. I'm sorry, Uncle. Maisie Russell's uncle. I'm her uncle. Her mother set up this conference with you.
I'm assistant principal here, as you've probably noticed from the indications on the door.
This door? You mean
outer door.
The outer door?
Yes.
There's nothing on this one.
That's just about enough of that.
Sorry.
I've been an educator for
He's got some Jiminy click to him.
That time, I've seen a lot of bad eggs. I say eggs because at the elementary level, we are not dealing with fully developed individuals. I see a bad egg when I look at your niece.
I just want to comment on something. This is another fat guy thing. I noticed watching this scene here because, like, it's Midwest. John Candy's a big guy, and throughout the movie, up until this point, he's wearing like big guy clothes, flannels and jackets and shit. But then for this scene, he's got to go talk to the principal, right? So he decides to dress to impress. And this is another thing that's like unfortunate when you're fat as shit. It's like, for anybody who's not severely obese, A suit makes you look really good. It's like a suit, very professional looking. If you have a nice suit, it really like enhances your appearance, and then also in doing so enhances your, as the kids say, your aura. You know, that's a word they use now. But like I'm noticing this just watching this scene here, and I've experienced it myself when I try to wear a suit. A suit does not really work on a fat guy. You just look like you're wearing like a, like you're just fat in a suit.
Oh, I remember going to my buddy's wedding when I was in like my early 30s, when I was just about to quit drinking. I was like bloated fat, like drinking fat. So I was like probably like 225, 235, but like with a lot of like bloat weight. And I just bought a cheap suit from like Men's Warehouse and like kind of put it on. It just like it didn't fit me properly anywhere. I am embarrassed thinking back of being at that wedding and thinking of myself in that suit.
Right. Yeah, because a suit is supposed to be like a good suit. The way you're supposed to wear a suit it's supposed to be tailored to your exact proportions.
Yeah.
So it's supposed to like fit as, I guess, like as snugly as possible. You're supposed to fit like as close to your body as possible.
Yeah, like Barney and Ted when they get suited up on
exactly. Yes, when they suit up on How I Met Your Mother.
Yeah,
it's supposed to be like a second skin almost, but it's dress clothes.
You're like, I'm rich and I want you to see my sexy male body, ladies.
The conundrum when you're fat as shit is that your body is disgusting, and therefore the suit, if it's tailored to your body, is also going to be disgusting. Like it's not like a flattering outfit when you're fat. Is the suit, because
suits are uncomfortable to begin with. They're like, they're restrictive. They're not stretchy. They have to be tailored perfectly or you feel uncomfortable. Now add extra weight that you're carrying with you. Yeah.
Because that's what I know is watching.
And it's a material that could rip easier than say a jean or a corduroy. Like one wrong move and he's going to tear the pants.
Yeah. John Kane probably weighs like over 400 pounds maybe. Or
because he's big. He's a country boy.
He's big. I'm guessing he's over 400. I could be wrong. But
yeah, he seems kind of like a muscular fat.
And I suppose it like plays to the the comedy of errors that is this scene, that he's trying to appear professional.
Yeah.
But that's not who that's not who Uncle Buck is. He's not that kind of guy. So the suit is actually anathema to the spirit of who Uncle Buck is. Yeah. But I just know, it's just something I know. So John Candy is a big fat guy. The suit just makes him look uncomfortable. Like it further accentuates how uncomfortable it is to be fat as shit.
Now I wonder, Austin Powers has the mole scene,
mm-hmm.
And then you have this here, and there's a couple of other. Is there maybe one in one of the American Pies as well?
I don't know,
but I wonder when the first comedy that played on the
first instance of somebody being
is this it? You know what I mean? And like there is that thing where you like don't mention it, but then you're staring at it and you can't help yourself.
Right.
So the intrusive thought wins. I think they go a little bit overboard with this one. Like when he makes the mistake in the beginning, I wish they would have let some more breathing before he goes off and gets it out. But it was the 90s, the 80s.
I'm trying. Yeah, that's a good. You know what? That's a really good question. I wonder what's the first instance of somebody being looking fucked up, and then another character trying to not bring attention to it.
Yeah, because I think this is obviously a famous scene. It's been brought up, but I think the Austin Powers one is the most. The mole one, the mole, the friend
number mole is probably the most probably the most famous example, or the one that's been referenced more than any other. And it's maybe, is it the most recent even? Like have they done? I don't know, but it definitely, I do think the gold member mole Fred Savage was influenced by this.
Hello, everybody. Oops, sorry.
Whoa, what was that? Anyway,
I'm looking up some facial moles. That's the only two that come up are Molly Russell's and Austin Powers the mole. Okay. And the mole was all a double entendre because it was a spy, right?
Supposedly. Yes, yeah, that's the yeah. He's a mole and he has a mole.
Yeah.
That's the joke. But anyway, let's continue this.
She is a twiddler, a dreamer, a silly heart. She is a jabberbox. And frankly, I don't think she takes a thing in her life or her career as a student seriously.
She's only 6.
That is not a valid excuse. I hear that every day and I dismiss it.
I don't think I want to know a 6-year-old who isn't a dreamer or a silly heart. And I sure don't want to know one who takes their student career seriously. I don't have a college degree. I don't even have a job.
Does anyone have a special story to tell a class about something that happened this week? Maisie.
My uncle was microwaving my socks and the dog threw up on the couch for about an hour.
Honest?
Yes.
Why was your uncle microwaving your socks?
He can't get the goddamn washing machine to work.
Blasphemer! But I know a good kid when I see one. Because they're all good kids. Until dried out, brain-dead skags like you drag them down and convince them they're no good.
Skags
you so much as scowl at my niece or any other kid in this school, and I hear about it, I'm coming looking for you. Take this quarter. Go downtown and have a rat gnaw that thing off your face.
Yeah, dude, that's an all-timer.
Yeah. I will. So let's get into Objectify Corner. Have you ever met a beautiful woman? Very beautiful.
No.
But she, not a mole or like whatever, but they have like, it's not even a pimple. It is like a growth on their face.
Like a skin tag?
It's not even a skin tag. It's just ever so. I'm thinking of one. Oh, man, I'm trying to think. She's famous enough that I can bring her up. You ever see the Botez sisters that play chess?
No.
You know Andrea Botez?
No. Why?
She's a Romanian chess player. I play a lot of chess.
Oh, Botez.
Yeah.
Yes.
So she is, I think she's very pretty. Her sister's very pretty, but she has like a little growth on her chin. And I wonder if I'm just a scumbag that like, I can't stop looking at it. Let's see if it's even in her photos here. She's really beautiful. So you can't see it in here.
Well, hey, before I forget though, that scene, made me, I remember watching that just now because he didn't have a job. Because we, to put a bow on the whole talk about education and all that is like, what is actually the value of education though? Because Kai Cenat can't read. He's like what, 23, 24, and he's got millions. He's a true success, big success. He succeeded a lot, and he's got millions of dollars, and a lot of people love him. And it's like, I have an English degree. I have a bachelor's degree from a college. I'm unemployed. I don't have a job either, just like Uncle Buck. So it obviously, my priorities were incorrect the entire time. I should have been focused on, I guess, like making content for the internet. That's what I should have been doing, but instead I was in college. So
I have her thing up. I was trying to find it because in the videos that I watch, it's much more predominant. And I'm just going to look like a complete scumbag if I pull this up because she's incredibly attractive and hot.
Yeah, I mean,
and intelligent.
minor blemishes on a woman would not.
A pimple doesn't bother me. Like a scar doesn't bother me. It's like for some reason, like when they have a bump, like
a cyst.
Yeah, like a small cyst. It's just
Oh no, because then we get to go to Dr. Pimple Popper. I get to go.
No, but I don't think it's poppable. But like you can barely even see it in these photos. So maybe she takes it out. You can say to the videos, she's incredibly attractive. Though I'm trying to find.
You don't know about cysts though. They're all.
Her sister's really cute too.
You have epidermoid cysts. You have milia. You have solar comedones, blackheads, dilated pore whiner, pilar cysts.
Share the screen so we can look at hot chicks while you say this.
Pietocystomas.
I'm going to show everybody.
Any one of these, if you go to a doctor, a dermatologist, they'll be able to diagnose it and properly remove it.
But some of them don't want it removed. I see this on Hinge and stuff too, and I think to myself, I see you're spending hundreds of dollars on makeup. I would immediately, if I was a woman with a growth on my face, I would have the growth removed.
Well, a lot of times, because it's cysts are benign, like they're not life-threatening, they don't cause any sort of harm to you. Insurance will not cover that. Like if you need to get that kind of procedure done.
Yeah, the reason I'm bringing it up is because I feel for John Candy in that scene, because when I meet a woman and I'm like saying to myself, get to know her, like her, see what her personality is like, and then some of this stuff will disappear. For instance, like women that have like fiance gums, where they got the extra gum above their teeth.
Fiance gums?
Yeah, like all the chicks that have that gum, like you can see their gums around above their teeth. They're always engaged to be married. That I could get over. You know what I mean? For some reason, when there's a small growth on the face, it's all I can focus on, and I can't be in the moment. And you know, I've been lucky enough that I have a decent complexion, so I think maybe I could be more. Bring this up to want to see what an asshole I'm being. Just share the screen for a second.
I mean,
these are the Votes sisters. They're just two absolute drop dead gorgeous.
These are also just like the bitch and landman
Romanian
hot ladies that are objectively hot but not attractive.
Well,
like, I don't find
their
this,
Instagram doesn't do it because like it is they are actually when they're playing chess and they're talking and having conversations and doing interviews or whatever, it's a little bit different. Not the younger sister, she's got more of a streamer, but the older sister is very intelligent and she's fun. The younger one probably is too, but she plays up her sexuality more. So these pictures don't really show their personality. I was trying to find a picture of her.
Oh, I bet they have sparkling and really cool personalities.
They do. They play a lot of the same. This is a better thing. See?
Where's this fucking tumor on this lady?
Yeah, it doesn't show up here. It shows up in the videos better. That's what I was trying to say.
This is crazy. You know what this is in this? Hey, this goes
it's right
back.
there.
Okay. So you're like and you know what? This is where you needed to pay attention in English class. You're like the guy from that Nathaniel Hawthorne story. What was it? The birthmark.
A birthmark wouldn't bother me.
Well, don't hold on.
Okay.
There's a Nathaniel Hawthorne short story called The Birthmark, where this like doctor, scientist, or whatever, his wife is perfect in every way except she has this blemish on her face, and so
Chloe Radcliffe's a whore, though. I heard.
What? Why are you saying that? Well, we weren't even talking about her. What are you talking about?
That's the only person that I can think of that's got a giant birthmark.
She do got a doo-doo on her face.
I think she would agree with me, but go on. Sorry to interrupt.
His daughter, his wife, is the most beautiful lady ever, except she's got this like blemish on her face. That's almost, it's like, you know, she's a birthmark or a mole or whatever. You know, it's called the birthmark, but just think of it in the same thing as what you're talking about, like just a slight blemish.
Like this like this I have on screen here.
Let me see.
Like Chloe Radcliffe.
Well, that's not slight. That's she got a doo-doo on her face, but she do.
That one bothers me actually less.
She do be having big titties.
Yeah. She tells this story with Jordan Jensen about this time that she basically fucked her FedEx guy, and he kept showing back up to try to fuck her again until she had to like close the curtain so he'd leave her alone.
Who wouldn't do that? Like what? There's like women don't like. Do women hear themselves sometimes, or do they think about what they're actually saying when they talk about shit like that? It's like, yeah, I fucked my delivery driver
multiple times, and then didn't break up with him or tell him she didn't want to do it anymore. Like it just was like, why does he keep showing up to fuck?
Yeah, it's like, hey, you're the loser in this story.
Well, it's crazy because Jordan actually had our idea on it. She's like, what do you mean you're fucking him? Why wouldn't he keep showing up?
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard so many stories. I've heard so many things like that of a woman talking about like, I fucked this guy, and can you believe that he's a delivery driver or whatever, and then he wanted to fuck me again. I'm like, you're the loser in this. That guy is awesome.
Yeah, he came. It was this FedEx guy, and somehow he got in the house, and they ended up having sex. And then he kept showing back up until she ended up like not wanting to do it anymore. Instead of having a conversation with him, like I don't know if you would call it ghosting, because whatever. But Jordan Jensen was if Jordan Jensen is the rational person in the conversation, you're already fucked. You know what I mean? But she was like, yeah, of course he keeps continuously showing up. You fucked him every time he shows up.
$2 from Howling Kenny Rogers. I like that oil rig on your chin, bae. Okay.
Yeah. Thanks for the super chats. So
Robbie's in the chat. He actually makes a good, because me and Robbie have both seen a lot of like lady comedians do that, where they'll go on stage and they'll do some bit that's like a version of that. Like, I fucked a rollerblader.
Yeah, I fucked a homeless guy. That's another one.
Yeah, something like that.
I've heard a bunch of bits about fucking homeless guys.
And Robbie's right. Robbie says it's their version of self-deprecating humor, and that is kind of what's it's like. They can't just like make jokes at their own expense. It has to be at the expense of like a guy they fucked. But then it's like, when you think about it, it's like, well, that guy is awesome because he got to fuck you, and you're a dumb idiot.
Yeah, there's a lot of women don't realize, like they kind of think along the lines of like equality still. So they don't understand that they're the ones getting used. You know what I mean? They think, like, you ever see those memes, and they're probably not even true. Some Indian guy made them up for rage bait, but it's a woman where she's like, yeah, I picked him up, paid for dinner, fucked him, and never called him again to teach him a lesson.
Oh yeah.
It's like, yeah, it's not how it works, lady.
But what was I saying? Oh, so there's this Nathaniel Hawthorne short story. It's called The Birthmark.
Yeah.
And this is beautiful. He's got a beautiful wife, but she's got a blemish. And so he's like working on some sort of serum or something that'll remove this birthmark. And she loves him so much that she's like, anything for you, baby. And he goes, and he the whole story. He's like kind of emotionally abusing her because he keeps telling her, like, babe, you're perfect. But when we figure this out, you're going to be even more perfect.
I can already see where this is going.
And then,
it's making me sad already just thinking about it.
So he develops this serum or whatever, and he administers it to her, and then it kills her. So,
that's even worse. I thought he was going to like acid attack her face and make her even uglier.
No, he just injects her, and then the birthmark goes away, and he's like, we did it! You're fuckable now. and then she just dies, and so it's like in the pursuit of the beauty that he desires in his woman, he killed her because he just couldn't come to terms with the fact that she just had like a minor blemish on her face.
I'm not like
that's
that.
you. That's what you
No.
you would kill a woman sooner than just fuck a
No.
woman who has a scab.
No. When somebody puts themselves on the internet and they have an IG and they have all this stuff, right? There's a difference between them putting up stuff to be objectified, me objectifying them and what they put up there, and then an interaction in real life, right? Because like it's a quid pro quo. She wants to be objectified. I'm objectifying her, but I'm like, oh, this isn't quite working because there's a flaw here that you've created. But flaws in the day to day in a romance or a friendship is what is the spice that, so it's different. You know what I mean? This is this world where they're using filters and push-up bras and corsets and high heels and makeup and all this stuff. So it's like, okay, well, you've used all this technology, so I'm going to point out the mistake you made using this technology, which is different in real life when the masks fall off,
Well,
but anyways, let's plug the BPN network again. Let's get everybody gonna go on and buy some merchandise here.
The store is bpnmart.com.
Yeah, I got it pulled up here.
We got shirts.
Which the best shirt do you think people should get?
I myself own a black one, but the white also looks good. So it's your preference. We in the black we are out of stock in XL and 3X. So if you need those sizes, you got to go with the white.
What I would do if I were the fans here, I would get a 4XL, and I would grow into it. Because the way, if you're here listening to us on a Saturday, that's probably your easiest direction.
Robbie says, I'm on the Seymour diet. You'll find out more about it in my movie Skinners or in Principal Photography. So, we got the shirts. These are very limited. We're never doing these designs again. These are very exclusive items, luxurious. These are from the show is the Arena of Ideas with me and Robbie Goodwin. This is these shirts do feature the Arena of Ideas, but this is when the grouping. The team was the three of us, me, Robbie, and Craig, known as the Crowder Boys. And Craig decided to get into right-wing politics, and so he left the show. And now
I thought he's already out, though, right? He already flopped out of grifting.
I don't know what he's doing. I honestly, I guess I don't even. Whatever. I'm joking. I don't know what he's doing.
So guys, here's something that you're going to want to do. Go over to bpnmart.com, get yourself a shirt. And the reason you're going to want one of these shirts, maybe a couple of them, what I would get.
These are a limited, luxurious, exclusive run of shirts because we'll never make these designs again.
I would get one for myself, and then I would get a smaller one for your future wife or girlfriend when you meet her. And then one day, Robbie and Dalton are going to be at Madison Square Garden doing a huge arena show,
begging for money on the
and you guys will be able to have the original merch on. The new fans that are showing up, that in a couple of years from now, when they're playing Madison Square Garden, the new fans that are showing up to buy merchandise are going to be like, "Oh, where can I get that?" And you're like, "Oh, these don't exist. I'm one of the original people from when way back in the day. I know you guys are new here, but I've been here since day one." And so that's why I have this limited edition shirt you can't get anymore. And my lovely wife here has one as well, because I thought ahead of time and I bought one for her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So get you a shirt. They're really nice, 100% cotton. Lily Abernathy, my business partner, she's an artificial intelligence I work with, who helped design the website and the shirts and everything. She's got them. She printed everything up. She knows what she's doing. Made really nice. She did them up nice. So they're 100% cotton, sturdy, very quality material. These shirts. This is Lily. This is Lily's Twitter page. So follow her at Lily Abernathy.
Lily be getting sexy lately, so be careful.
Yeah,
you don't want to fall with some AI.
Yeah,
she got very good.
I forgot she did that.
Yeah, that's really good. If you guys haven't watched me, Ian, and Dalton, the episode was it last week or 2 weeks ago, World Star David Goodap. Go back and watch that. I forgot all about it.
Wow.
It's just so good. The beard makes it perfect. Like there's so many things that have to happen in order for this to come together.
MC Shlomo on the mic.
So good.
That's good, man.
Later, so what do we got here?
This is Lily. Lily is she's a cool lady. So yeah, she's got if you anything you order, she'll have shipped out within a day or two. You'll get it quick. And so yeah,
you got her implants.
And that's the shirts are there at bpnmart.com. Go back to the website there. Let's take it because we got the shirts, and then we got the Cornfed. We got the magnet for you put on your fridge. This is a mouse pad right here. Really nice mouse pad. It's good for when you need to use your mouse for your computer.
Yeah, and it needs padding.
Yeah, and this artwork was drawn. I commissioned my friend of the show, Chris Elliott, to draw this. And if you want to follow, he has a YouTube channel where he does art, and his handle is at @art_of_Chris. This is Lily did up a drawing of herself on a mouse pad,
and I found out this is not satanic. As Panda mentioned last week, it was triggering my Christianity, but this is a Bowsette. So she's being.
I didn't even know it was a Bowsette. Damn,
yeah, Bowser horns. I found out, or that's what the streets are saying, and it makes sense. And I looked up what Bowsettes were.
Oh, dude, you went down a pretty deviant rabbit hole then.
No, it didn't take me that long. I'm familiar with Pokemon and Cinna. And
did you look up? I don't know how deep you went in the Bowsette.
No, I just looked up streamers that have done some cosplay, and I forget there's a skinny Asian chick, but a couple of them have dressed up as a Bowsette before, and that's
okay. So it's because like the Bowsette it's not an official Nintendo thing. It's an internet thing where what Bowsette actually is. It's like I guess it's kind of a porn thing, but something that
I'm not 100%. Lily didn't tell me it's a Bowsette.
I don't know if it's a Bowsette, but like
people
Bowsette,
within the Crowder sphere, the Arena of Ideas BPN network sphere told me.
Yeah, so the actual Bowsette, or at least what the people on DeviantArt and all these different sites came up with, is like the fan fiction that is Bowsette. Bowser has put on some sort of fucking crown that's turned him into a princess lady. And so there's this like really hot, big tittied princess who's got horns and Bowser-like features, but that is actually Bowser wearing some magic crown that's turned him into this.
Well, that would make sense, given the fact that the god of Lily and Lily are two separate beings.
Oh, easy now. Don't say no more. We got this Lil Bo Peep magnet. We got great merchandise at the website. Yeah. These are great for yourself. These make great gifts. And it's the best merchandise
and Lily do be looking hot
in podcasting and online content. And Lily is she's doing good. And so folks, buy some merchandise over at BPN Mart.
Everywhere we go, we represent the
Sorry.
Everywhere we go, we represent the
And then yeah, then we have the Patreon, which is
Yeah, we have the Patreon. I got that here too. Cornfed with Dalton Pruitt, creating Cornnet. Yeah. So we need to get the subscribers up here in the Cornfed channel, the Arena of Ideas. Make sure you watch this week's Figgin Nicks. Yeah.
That's at the Arena of Ideas, and so
very good.
So we got the Cornfed Patreon, and there's the Patreon for the Arena of Ideas. Subscribe to the one that you like the most, or hey, I say you subscribe to both. Each one,
yeah, and then subscribe to myself. Subscribe to Panatron TV. I swear I'll get back on the back on the wagon so I can piss off so I can pull all the libertarian guys out the chat. But big things for the network.
Big things coming to the network. Yeah, now we got about 5 minutes left here, so
yeah, guys, we've just kind of decided so that Dalton and I aren't ruining our whole entire weekend that we're going to try to do from 8 p.m. to midnight.
We got a hard out after 4 hours is the max.
Yeah, because we crushed. I mean, Dalton and me, we're professional broadcasters. We could do 12 hours, but last week we destroyed Ian, made him tired. You know what I mean?
Well, it's I mean, there's not that many shows to my mind that I can think of that are doing, as much as 4 hours, let alone 6 hours we've done in the past. I just, it's not a problem for me to do a bunch of hours of this because this is my job, I suppose. But it's also like I don't want to. I definitely don't want to like overexpose myself or do too much.
Whoa! Don't overexpose yourself. I get the channel to take it down.
Yeah, I think capping it at 4 hours, and we don't have to do 4 hours. Sometimes we could do maybe 2 hours.
Yeah, we'll go with the flow. I'm gonna get some guests back in for the new year. You guys have been doing pretty good during the week. I've been busy with work, but you and Kevin have been going 2 or 3 times, 1 or 2 times a week.
Yeah, me and Kevin will do something throughout the week, and then if I can figure out whatever's going on with Sal, obviously I want Sal to be a part of everything. So it's all evolving and developing and coalescing, and big things coming to the network. Hopefully,
and then
Sal.
And then Robbie's got for all the sports guys here. I know there's not a ton of them. I actually have been getting into Josh Potter's podcast recently, but Robbie's also over on Robbie Woods is doing a basketball.
Oh yeah, the Wolf of Ball Street.
Yeah, so you guys should check that out.
Robbie Goodwin's channel, Robbie Wood. Yeah. That guy, Robbie introduced me to his host on that show, and he's a Texas boy like myself. I really like that guy. His name is Keenan Womack. He's a cool dude.
You know what you need to do is are we okay? Sorry, no, all right. So do
what?
I have your YouTube channel pulled up, right? What you need to do is you need to edit the channel, and then because we now that we got the For You and the past lives here, we can also remove some of this extra stuff, and then you can put at the bottom all the sites that you want to link to.
Oh yeah,
and you can actually put Cornfed, Arena of Ideas, Robbie Wood, Pandatron, myself. We can all put each other's channels.
That's at the cross promotion
at the bottom, so anybody that comes to one can click and follow and sub on the other ones. So we can, and because like if I go to my channel, I'll show you here, and I can add it. So if I go to the bottom here, I have the different channels, and I can actually go in here. Let's see.
Yeah,
how do we do this? Customize my channel.
Oh, Dave's editing his channel now, folks.
Yeah, so we'll go to home tab. I can go here to features and let's edit the section content and let's look for arena. Well, this got I got a search in here.
What do we think Sal is up to right now?
Arena of ideas. Let's add that so I can put that. Bam. And now when you come to my channel, you'll see Arena of Ideas at the bottom.
Okay.
And I can publish it. So you could do that with the Cornfed channel.
Yeah.
And put the BPN network affiliates at the bottom of the thing.
By the way, I think Sal's probably just at work. He's in a hotel somewhere. But okay, yeah. I'll do that for the channel. But
yeah.
Before we get out of here, we have 20 seconds left, so I don't know. This might be too much to.
It doesn't have to be exactly a hard out. I just don't want to be going until friggin'.
This is something I've been thinking about for the future. It's nothing I'm gonna do right now or anytime soon. I'm still researching it, but are there any good Solana DeFi protocols? Because I've looked at the one on Jupiter, and Jupiter has a decent USDC protocol that's 4.4% APR.
Jupiter and then Cetus has some too. So I would just go to DeFi Llama.
Right. I was looking at that earlier.
And then do the chains and then do the dexes and then go check out the dexes. But the people that I know that do Sol, and when I was doing Sol, I was doing it on Cetus, CETUS.
Mm-hmm.
But you can also do it on Jupiter. No, is it Jupiter? No, it's Orca, isn't it?
Well, Jupiter is one of the dexes, and it's very into the user interface. They've developed it where now they have the Jupiter app on your phone that's very simplified. So it's one of the more just simple DeFi protocols I've seen. Yeah. If you go to Aave, the site
so I have it up now. It was Orca. So I was trading when I was doing my Sol DeFi. I was doing it on Orca and Cetus, CETUS, and Orca.so.
Okay, because I've been looking because it's the meme coin shit is it's fucking stressful, man, and it's I don't know how sustainable it is.
Yeah.
I'll hit trades where I'm making a lot of money and then the next trade I'll lose money and I'm just trying to hit a lick and I'm thinking okay, so what do I do if I actually have a lot of cash in hand? Do I want to keep fucking rotating through all these different coins or do I want to do something that's just requires less involvement, less where it's more passive and just simple, easy. And these DeFi, the DeFi protocols are cool, but it's just, it is such a labyrinth trying to figure this shit out.
So, this isn't a ton here, but I'm just looking at this open-ended Sol USDC. It's paying 0.391, but that's daily.
Right.
So you're getting that every day.
That's on Orca.
Yeah. So you have Orca. There's different ways. I can send you some videos, but I was trusted. I liked Orca. I liked Cetus. But if you go to the DeFi Llama, you can also just look at the Sol chains and see who's offering what. But you want to go in and look how much total value is locked.
Right.
So if somebody's got this one's got 41 million, it would be pretty difficult for you to go to bed and then wake up in the morning and 41 million had been cashed out
right
of the protocol.
And so that one,
and this is just an interface. It would be fucking pain in the ass if the interface went down, but the smart contract is still on the blockchain. So you would be able to use YouTube videos in talking to people in Reddit to actually get to the true smart contract and get your money out. If you did it fast enough, meaning if this site went down, you still could get to the blockchain. This is just the interface, but it would take quite a while before people were draining. So when you check and then if you find something some of this stuff pays higher interest rates because it's new. So you're taking a higher risk.
Right.
But you can get say like 6% a month on some stable coins on a new exchange. And
Yeah,
if you're
the
if you're somebody
USDF,
that's going to wake up every morning and be on the computer all day anyways, you would be able to emergency get out if you need to. Whereas somebody like that's working 9 to 5 and they're in the office, they might, you would be using them as liquidation because you're on all day.
yeah, I got
If something went south, basically.
I'm trying to like plan ahead or figure all this shit because like what I've been doing so far is just like apps on my phone. I've just been like I just go back and forth between Phantom, Soulflare, and MetaMask, and I'm doing like all this trading. And then I'm trying to think like, well, what is my plan? Like once I actually have like, a bunch of money on one of these wallets, like, what am I just going to keep sitting here on my phone doing these like insane, all this insane trading? And so it's like, I guess now, and I got to think about okay, I'm going to sit at a computer and figure out this new thing, DeFi protocols.
So one thing I would probably check out is like, so Orca, Cetus, and these are a little bit confusing because
this shit, dude, I was looking at all this last night. It's so fucking confusing. Makes no sense.
If you go to like a layer 2, like vfat.io, which is like they have an easier interface, and then the other one is fuck, I haven't used it in a while. My mind's kind of fried because
the thing that gets me is like I understand the kind of guy who like wants to only do things on like a desktop computer, like a computer.
Yeah.
But with how volatile all this shit is, I couldn't imagine just like setting some shit up on a computer and then walking away. Because I do a lot on my phone because I need to have access to it wherever I am because everything moves so quick that I need to be able to like push a transaction through at a moment's notice. Whereas like doing, sitting down at a computer and setting everything up, I could see it, doing that for this kind of thing. But the stuff I've been doing, I wouldn't like be safe just like setting something and forgetting it, like walking away and being like, I'll check on it when I'm back at the computer.
You kind of get used to it, and it's not as super volatile. Like you're not going to get setups where like people are going to like you're not going to get rug pulled on a good
that's
protocol.
Like because I
got too many freaking bookmarks.
I don't think this kind of thing is as volatile as like the stuff I've been doing is moves so quickly that you would either have to like be glued to your computer or just be, just do stuff on your phone. And so that's why like I've primarily just been on my phone doing all these trades. And then but I've been thinking like, what am I for the future? Like, let's say I actually do make a lot of money at some point. Like, what am I going to do with it? And it's like, I don't, the meme coin shit is like, it's fun, but it's so like something you have to stay on top of and it can be pretty stressful. It would be nice to have like, just be able to park my money somewhere and just collect passive income on it.
Well, one of the ones which is pretty easy to use is something like Aave, and they have other ones.
But that's Ethereum, so I would have to bridge to Ethereum at some point.
Well, there's other ones similar to this, which is just basically a lending borrowing protocol. And rather than using it like with the other one where people are making it with a true just a DEX that's not borrowing and lending, you are putting into a protocol within a particular range of that pool. And then when people use that DEX to trade coins, you're taking a piece of it. It's the Superman,
right?
Or Office Space type
thing. The Superman 3 Office Space.
But they know that they're paying for it.
Right.
Where the other one is say people want to borrow money, like they need to borrow USD against their Bitcoin or whatever. They need Bitcoin or USD to be held on those exchanges for borrowing and lending. You can be the one that puts your Bitcoin on Aave, for example, and they'll just say, hey, we're going to give you, and it's based on the demand. So the interest will go up and down, but they will say, oh, we'll give you 12% a year to hold your Bitcoin here.
Right.
And that's paid almost instantaneously. So you're going to get like 0.0000001 Bitcoin. And so it compounds quicker. So the APR and the APY are different. One of them is like when a bank gives you APY, it's because they compound the interest maybe once a month, once 6 months, once a year. With a lot of the protocols on DeFi that are APRs, they are instantaneously compounding. So if you have one Bitcoin in there and you're getting paid a particular interest rate on it, and then you get paid that as soon as the block is paid and the transaction's done, now you're getting paid interest on 1.00001 Bitcoin.
I wonder if that's how the one,
and so on and so forth.
Because I was looking at like dipping my toe, like easing into it, and the simplest one I found was the one on Jupiter. It was a Solana protocol. I wonder if if it's APR or if they do APY.
They're very similar, and you can search by either.
It says APR, so it says
so APR is basically instantaneous compounding on top of compounding. So it's like some of the numbers can be extremely like drastic, but it could change tomorrow because like say there's a APR of 1,000%. By the time everybody puts their money in there because they want 1,000%, it's not locked in. It'll drop down to like
right,
a reasonable interest rate because they're creating an incentive for people to put their money in.
Yeah, it looks like Jupiter has a few, and it looks like they're all pretty like stable. Like there's a lot of money already in them. And like I was looking at the one they have for USDC, which TVL is 510 million, and the total APR right now is showing us 4.41%. So that would be you would get interest on that daily. So like if you put in,
you get that interest on that almost up to the second,
and that compounds
up to the second.
Okay. So
the thing
like
is,
APY, like
the difference is when you get like a CD with the bank and they give you like 5% and it's compounded annually, it's not going to drastically change. It's going to stay about 5%. When you get like 100% APR for like DeFi, you could wake up in the morning and you're making 100%. And by the time lunch rolls around, because so many other people put into the protocol, it's dropped down to 4%.
Okay.
You know what I mean? It's up to the minute supply and demand, but you can also get in and out whenever you want. But if they're trying to incentivize people to put money in, the interest rate goes up that they pay you. And as more money pulls in, it instantaneously goes down. And then as people are like, well, now it's too low, I'm pulling my money out, yours it goes back up.
Howling Kenny Rogers says you're wrong. He says, don't listen to Dave, he's wrong.
I mean, what am I wrong about?
I don't know. I mean, does Howling Kenny Rogers even do this? I don't know. I mean, I understand that, like, if you've only ever engaged with like traditional finance, that would sound insane. But there's a lot of like possibilities with crypto that is like what why people like it is like that's the what's enticing about crypto.
Yeah, like right here, right? This particular Spectre 2 ACSC whatever, it's got a quarter of a million locked up, and it's paying fucking ridiculous amount of interest right here.
Lord.
But this is such a high risk speculative asset that it's probably going to crash so quickly that you would not make enough back before this asset went to zero and people pulled out.
Right.
So like you have to find the sweet spot where you're making a really high percentage, but it's actually sustainable.
Right.
And then also this is based on a range. So when you deposit in, if you're going to do like a tight range, like if the price is like $1 to $1.25, as long as it's $1 to $1.25, you get X amount of interest. And then it goes to $1.26. You're now out of range on that stop and stop getting paid. And at that point, because it went up, you've made money because the asset you bought went up. So you made appreciation from the asset, but you only made it at like 50% because half of the tokens are a stable coin and half of the tokens are a volatile asset.
Right.
And if it goes down, it's the exact opposite. You start losing money, and then you get paid out in the moving asset. And if you don't pull it out, you continue to lose money because the price of that asset is continuous to go down, and you're not making interest.
I don't understand why this is pissing him off. So, or I don't know if he's mad, but
is he the guy that constantly says put your money into Bitcoin and walk away?
No, he's very supportive of the show, but I don't understand. Like,
he's probably familiar with TradFi and not DeFi, which is why this
whole thing is like I've looked because I've been like looking into this the last few days. It's like it's really confusing. It's a lot of like it's like a maze trying to figure this shit out. But there's like so much potential with it, and just like the ability to what you can do with your money, like the possibilities you have with this outside of like the traditional systems of like banking and credit scores and all that kind of shit. I think it's all like really cool stuff. It's like a really cool
DeFi is much closer to free market economics than the current traditional finance setup, because the interest rates move almost instantaneously based on supply and demand within the protocol. But like any place that there's money coming in, there's going to be scammers. So you have to vet each one of these things. What people don't like about DeFi is the same reason they like it, is because anybody can go in and create a pair.
Right.
There's no barrier to entry. But because there's no barrier to entry, any scumbag can come in there and try to fleece you as well.
Yeah. I mean, the other thing I like about it is like if you have the collateral, like as long as you just have the crypto, you can borrow against it, and there's no fuss about it.
Yes.
Like you don't have to like go to
there's no such thing as a credit score or any of that stuff. Now when you risk that asset that you're borrowing against, you can lose it. But if you lost it all and got liquidated, the next day you just put more asset in there. You know what I mean? Like they don't say, well, you need to wait 7 years to do it again.
Okay. So he's revealed himself. So howling Kenny Rogers' incredulity about this. He says that I think you guys can speculate in real companies and have a higher rate of return than this stuff. No, there's nothing in traditional finance that offers the kind of returns you can get in crypto. It's just the trade-off is that crypto is much more volatile. So
yeah, and it's right now because so many people don't understand it and are scared of it. It's much easier to manipulate. And so you have to be very careful what projects you go into, which protocols, what you're following around.
It's also there's no safeguards, so like you have to be the one that writes down your seed phrase and maintain you have to be very responsible and protect yourself, because there's no like recourse. If something fucks up, it's usually your fault. Like it's happened to me where I've approved a transaction that I shouldn't have, and I lost a bunch of money.
Same.
Well, I can't go to there's no like if I go to Phantom Wallet, they'll just be like, well, we don't know who you are because that's how this works. It's all anonymous. So there's no one you can go to. There's no like protections in place. So
you can't call your bank up and be like, I need back into my account. You're out.
Right. So that's one of the things that actually turns people away from it, or why there's not is more adoption as of yet, because that is like really scary, and that's one of the ways that it can like really bite you in the ass, is that you have to protect yourself. There's no like FDIC or any sort of firewalls in place. It's just like, you just have to be responsible and manage. First off, manage your own risk. Secondly, you have to like manage your own bank. Basically, like you have to protect your seed phrase and only approve transactions you're absolutely certain are not going to scam you.
Yeah. So like when you turn on your computer, if you turn on a PC, it's running DOS in the background, but you boot up Windows, which is an interface on top of DOS.
Sure.
Not you in general, but people in general. Or when I boot up my phone, I think I got Bubblegum running on my Android, and then the apps run on top of that. This makes it easy for me to interface with a difficult interface. So in the future, people will run apps on their phone that are centralized. You know what I mean? Like iPhone users will probably use Apple Pay, and they'll probably still use crypto, but Apple will be holding all the money and making interest and controlling it. And the people will get involved in that because they feel safe. Google will do the same thing.
They're already starting to implement that kind of thing. Yeah. I set up
and there'll be a safety involved in it for the individuals that don't want to privately own it, and the people that want to privately own it and get into it will be able to escape that system. At least they'll have a secondary option.
Yeah, because I set up a Jupiter wallet today, and the first option it gives you is to create an account through Google, and then you could below that you could just create the wallet with the seed phrase.
Yeah,
so it's like they're already starting to like advertise that to people that you can do it through the usual means that people are used to, but then that's, I guess
like I refuse to do that.
Crypto.
Yeah, so like if I go to a site, even if I go to like CoinMarketCap, I log in with my wallet address. I don't use my so if you go to a CoinMarketCap, right?
You just connect your wallet.
Yeah. So and it'll still store all your data, right? So if I were to log into this, and you go to this login thing here, some people are logging in with Google, whatever, Binance. I would connect my wallet and connect my MetaMask, and it's still going to have all my data in there. It's going to have all my graphs. It's going to have my wish lists, my starred cryptos, everything that I'm working on. But it's anonymous in the fact that everything is held on my ledger. And so if I lose the ledger, I do have my
seed phrase. MetaMask on your ledger?
Yeah.
I don't even know how that works.
So you have to take the seed phrase off and put the seed phrase on here. And then you still interface through the extension, but you pull the seed phrase off and you put the seed phrase on a cold storage. Whoa. And you still interface it through the browser. And when you go into the MetaMask, there's a part that says, I don't want to do this on air.
Oh yeah,
but I was gonna do it for a second there. But I was gonna say there you enter your seed phrase and then you put connect cold wallet and you can connect it on there. But my MetaMask seed phrase was online when I first created the first MetaMask, but then I took it offline and put it on here, and now my seed phrase is never on the computer. It's only here.
Whoa.
And then I have here. Let me do one more thing. I'll show you something cool before we go.
Okay. We have $5 from Howling Kenny Rogers. An LLC would be a good start for VPN, considering deductions, internet phone. How's that Uncle Buck breakfast queue? I got a key. We'll play here in a second. I do need to make an LLC. That is a good idea. Thank you, Howling Kenny Rogers.
So then, if you get yourself, I made these 3D printed things at my buddy's house that I can put a washer in there on this die, and it turns around, and then I have all these die sets here that do letters and numbers. And you stamp them into a washer. This is not.
This seems especially paranoid. This is crazy.
So then, oops. So then you take your seed phrase, and this one's not done, and you would take the stamp and you would stamp it in the circular thing here, and this is zinc. This is the best way to store seed phrase. So then all the words would be on these, and I number them and put them in order, and then you screw this together. And if ever my house gets caught on fire, smashed, stolen, or whatever, the seed phrase is still protected on this thing here.
I guess I understand. That seems like a lot of work.
Yeah, but like if you have like 100K or whatever written on a piece of notebook paper at your house, and then your house gets caught on fire, this thing's really cool. This is the second one I had because I bought a second. I gave my other kit to my buddy. This is a piece of just like cold die steel. It's like when you put this here, and then you have this on top of it, and then you have the washer there, and you stamp it. It's like a thud, and you literally die cast by hand your seed phrase into the washer and in the thing. And you got to get is a special zinc that structure that you want. I can send you a link in the future someday, but yeah, totally
cool. Notebook that I wrote down all my wallets.
Yeah, that's how you should start.
The different wallets I have, I wrote them down, the seed phrases in a notebook, and I keep that in a drawer.
Yeah, when you first start, that's what you'll do, but eventually you'll need a safe way to whatever. And then the best part about this is, let me show you. You can stick this right up your ass.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you can get over the border, and no one knows you have your seed phrase in your asshole.
Right. It is it is all very scary because a lot of it feels like flimsy, even though like I know they say, with a phantom wallet and especially a ledger, they say it's very, no one can get it. Your money's safe. But I look at it sometimes and I go, damn, this is a lot of fucking money to just have on an app. It's like this feels crazy.
Yeah, that's why you have to learn how to move it around, get comfortable, do practice sends.
I do that. I have multiple. I have because I have Phantom, Soulflare, MetaMask, and I have a Jupiter wallet. I haven't put anything on that one yet.
Yeah,
and I have a Ledger. So I have like 5 different self-custodial wallets. Is that what they call them?
Yeah.
Self-custodial wallets. And then I did do KYC for 2 different exchanges.
KFC.
KFC, because I was already on Robinhood because I was doing like stock stuff. And then I am also on Kraken.
Yeah.
And that's sort of I haven't done it yet, but that's like the off ramp to my bank. So like whenever I do want to cash out, that so far that's the plan, is just move it to Kraken and then do an ACH to my bank.
What's nice here, being in a crypto friendly state with a lot of libertarians, is Bitcoin was designed to be peer-to-peer, and most of it is never peer-to-peer anymore because so much has changed over the years. But you can log into a peer-to-peer system here, and especially when I was in the poker room, and I got a buddy that plays poker online and earns crypto. And I would have cash, and I would want to put crypto on the blockchain, and he would have crypto on the blockchain and need cash. And so you can go do a peer-to-peer transaction in a parking lot and basically say, here's the cash, and you're holding your thing in your hand, and then he sends you the Bitcoin, and you can watch it get transferred in real time.
Right.
That is the scarier part to me. Because so many people are going to get scammed in the future by going to trade with people and get taken advantage of. And then they're going to beg the government to regulate it.
I totally understand why. I totally understand why anyone would not want to do this. I've seen even crypto guys online who got made a bunch of money doing memes or whatever who said, I'm fucking done with it. I'm going to TradFi. I'm putting my money somewhere where it's protected by another governing body because it's just stressing me the fuck out.
Yeah, here's the thing. I get that, but also it's like it'll become second nature. Like, if you ever try to teach an old person, and like I'm falling behind now with the AI shit, but you ever try to teach an old person how to like even use a Roku to watch a movie?
Oh, dude. Yeah, it's painful.
Yeah. So, like, the kids that are doing crypto, you know, we're using crypto like it's Roku and we figured it out. But the young kids that are like born into it, they won't feel as uncomfortable. They'll figure out some other safeguards in place because they won't be able to as easily collect money to fight wars once the currency is decentralized.
Right.
They'll have to convince us all to send them money to fight a war. And most of us will be like, no, go fuck yourself. You know what I mean? I'm sending super chats today. I don't have money to send to Israel.
Because I do that. Yeah, because like I've started because I had everything just on my Phantom wallet for a while. That was the only wallet I was using, and then like when I got scammed on that wallet and built it back up, I said I need to make sure I got my shit spread out so that in case anything happens, it's not all just in one place. So I got set up a Soulflare wallet, but then just that process of like sending something from Phantom to Soulflare, like that moment, just like in between.
I don't think you ever get used to that.
That feels so crazy to me because it's like I'm just like, you know, I'm just pushing it through just hundreds, if not hundreds, thousands of dollars, and just hoping like when I go back to Soulflare that it actually made it.
Yeah,
like, it feels insane that it feels like it just doesn't feel tangible. It feels so flimsy, and I'm like, this money can go into the ether. Like
when you see the big whales make a move and they send literally millions of tens of millions of dollars between wallets.
That would give me a heart attack, because that's been happening.
Especially when they don't do any test runs, they'll be like, "This wallet has been inactive for a decade."
Yeah, that was happening at the end of last year.
Yeah,
all these old wallets from going back 14 years were moving for the first time since like 14 years ago, and they were pushing like tens of millions of dollars.
I think those had to be like what do they call them, dead man switches, because I mean unless they're just ballsy, I personally would, if I was away from my wallet for that long, do a couple practices, a test run, you know. Yeah. Even to this day, when I do a bridge with a new site and I check the prices or whatever, I bridge like $5 or $10.
Like,
and then if that goes
from like Ethereum to Binance,
yeah, then no, like if I have something on base chain and I need it on Ethereum and have to bridge it, I haven't been doing much crypto lately. I got to figure out what's going on with I'm not generating enough income in my real life anymore that I'm messing around with crypto at the level I was before. So I have it sitting in stables.
Okay.
And so it can generate because I had to sell some to like live.
You gotta get into memes. You gotta get the memes, dude.
I'm working on a couple things. I'm working on some better stuff for my Amazon where I'm reaching out to businesses, like small business owners now. And so what I was doing before is buying these huge brands, finding them at a discount, and then selling them. And I was adding value, I guess, to an extent. But now what I'm doing is I'm reaching out to people that have created products that they're selling on Amazon that they're not doing great. And I'm going to help them fix their listings and sell for them so that I can help some of these small businesses compete with these corporations with these products. And it's much more fulfilling. It's just, it's been an uphill battle, trying to find people. I have a system now, get it through ever, build these products. I'm making much less money, but I'm not paying tariffs. I'm not dealing with huge corporations, and I'm getting back to my roots of like small business interactions. and like a something that's needed in the market that somebody created that's trying to get to the community. And we are going through Amazon, but it's the largest online marketplace. So it's like you almost can't not interface with it. You know what I mean? How many people do you know that are like, I need to buy something online? They just go to Amazon and type what it is.
Right. Yeah. Anybody who's ordering anything off the internet would go through Amazon.
Yeah.
So,
all right.
Well, oh shit. Why
I got to piss. So let's call it so it can
well, shit. Somebody, we got to watch one thing real quick and then we can go.
I have to piss then.
We'll go ahead and go pee because he paid for this. So let's just go ahead and watch the breakfast scene from Uncle Buck.
This is where you separate the men from the boys. Easy. There you go. Get in. I got you now.
Happy birthday! Woo! I hope you're hungry. You should see that toast. I couldn't even get it through the door. Announcement here. Gonna be a little delay on the clown.
What clown?
So that's the breakfast scene from Uncle Buck. So I hope everybody enjoys the crypto. I don't care if anyone enjoys the crypto talk or not. It's one of my interests. $5 from Dakota. Dalton, thoughts on the ending to Begonia? Seems to be polarizing. Yorgos balanced humor well throughout, so it really worked for me. I loved it. I've seen the criticisms that it betrays the premise of the movie. But even if he went with that ending just because he thought it was fun, is enough for me to enjoy it. I thought it was like a fun way to end the movie because it's such a bleak movie. I thought, I really enjoyed the ending. Thank you, Hallie King Rush, for becoming a YouTube member. So yeah, Begonia is cool. And Uncle Buck is cool. And then what was I going to tell you? Oh, I guess like one of the skill sets I've developed just being a degen, getting into full degen lately, is I was telling you this last week. I had like $84 left on my MetaMask. Bridged it to Solana, and then as of yesterday, that was up to $670.
Nice.
It's down now. It's down from there now, but it's the weekend. So weekends are usually across for all crypto, but especially meme coins, is like when people, pull their cash out or it's just slow. So once volume picks back up, I think we're fine. But I'm just saying, just to let let everyone know, anyone, because people say like, oh, I can't, I don't have the money for this and that. You could take a very little amount of money and trade your way to riches. What are the chances of that actually happening are kind of small, because it does require you to kind of know what you're doing, and to get to a place where you do know what you're doing, you
can lose a lot of sleep and stress yourself out.
Yes, it is very stressful. That's all I do, dude. I just lay in bed and I'm switching back. I'm looking at Dex Screener, then I'm looking at Phantom, Soulflare, MetaMask, Dex Screener, Phantom, Soul, just like checking all these things. Dude, I'm in the middle of like doing a migration thing right now because Hosako Cat, I've talked about this. Hosako Cat is migrating its liquidity pool from Solana to USD1. So I had to go into this website called migrate.fund, swap my tokens for the migration token, and then on the 20th, I got to swap the migration token back for the new token. And that whole process has been just like stressful because it's like, I don't even know what I'm doing. I don't even know if this is legitimate or not, but that's what the official thing for Hosako Cat said. So it's like I'm like really involved in this really stupid thing that's weirdly had, made me a bunch of money that I have to like make sure I'm on top of it so I don't lose all my money.
Yep. So when I first started, and they had pretty much Ponzi economics, they called it DeFi. It was a lot like meme coins. You would have these protocols that you would put money in, and then they would spit out that coin for you in interest every day. And then you could either take the money out or put it back in. And because of the compound interest, you're incentivized to like compound interest. Like, so if you put like 1,000 in and you made $20 overnight, you put the 20 back in, and now you're getting interest on 1,020 and so on and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
But you're getting paid in the native token. So if the native token is tanking, then you're not actually making the money you think you're making. And everybody there is like, yeah, I bought in. I'm dollar cost averaging every day, man. Keep going. And they're fucking slowly draining you from liquidity every day. You know what I mean? So every day they're pulling out their max money.
That's why
So I've watched this go from that to the meme coin space to the I mean, even here, what are all these gifts? Like, are they going to lose those if we end the stream?
What gifts?
Somebody's got 20. I see 20 gifts, 10 gifts, 20 gifts
from Lama Nume, 20, 10 from Howling. Thank you guys. This is awesome.
Yeah, thank you. What does that do though? Are they going to lose the memberships once we end the live?
No, those memberships go out as soon as they do that. So like they send that, and then a bunch of subscribers get the gifts.
Gotcha.
So keep doing that, folks. So, so I guess like it is true that what that one guy, he's not here right now, but A. Waller, always says that probably your best bet, like your safest option, is just to buy and hold Bitcoin, because all this other stuff is like more volatile. But it's just crazy the kind of returns you can get on crypto. Even like, I know that the meme coin shit sounds really stupid. And it is, but there's such a barrier. There's such a high barrier of entry on the stock market. Like just a day trade, you gotta have 25 grand.
Yeah.
And then even then, stocks are priced much higher. So if you want to hold like a substantial bag of a certain stock, well, if it's even trading on the low end at like $1.50, well, you're gonna need at least like hundreds of dollars to be able to make any kind of money on that.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say, whereas like with crypto, it is more volatile. But it's like if you go in, first off, you don't need 25 grand a day trade. You could put $20 of Solana on your Phantom wallet, and then buy $5 worth of Seaman coin or doo ass coin. And I've actually had times where I'll put $5 into something, and then an hour or 2 hours later, cash out, and I made $100.
Yep.
So like the kind of returns that are possible with this kind of stuff is like you're not getting that in TradFi. And I suppose it is like, is it gambling? Yes, but you have better odds than at a casino. I still think like you could.
And it all depends. Like, so when I first got into crypto, I was just buying Bitcoin and holding it. And then it would go way up and I'd sell some, and it would go way down and I'd like panic and all this stuff. So then you start looking for stuff that's less volatile, and you find DeFi protocols and stuff like that. And then like meme coins, they're not, blue chip like, stocks or cryptos or whatever, but you do learn a lot. I remember when I first was talking to you in Spaces, a year and a half ago, when you were getting into all this, I was like, just keep doing what you're going to do. You're going to lose money. You're going to get money, whatever. Eventually you'll come to a time when you're going to want to do DeFi because you've either gave up on that because it's too stressful, or you've made enough money that you want something a little bit more passive and stable.
Yeah. I've been thinking about like, okay, what do I do when I want to just keep, like, if I make a bunch of money, which I haven't yet, but let's say it happens. Do I want to just keep trading meme coins and putting myself through this constant, like, what is dopamine? Is it a hormone?
That's a good
Dude,
question.
I want
It's
to keep
just a
putting myself
chemical
through
reaction.
this,
Yeah, it's
all
not a
this
hormone.
constant like bubbling cauldron of chemical reactions in my brain that happens when you're doing this kind of thing, or do I want to just be able to put my money somewhere and with relative certainty know that by the end of the year it'll be more money than what I initially put in there.
Yeah.
So it's like I have been thinking about that because the meme coin shit. It's fun. It's awesome to have a casino in my pocket and to like one of the coins I have XBT to see that 2 months ago there was a day where it pumped and I was able to sell half my bag for $5,000.
Yeah.
I still have the other half, and so that's a cool feeling.
One thing I will say too, I have a buddy that's going to remain nameless, but he has a decent job now, and he just got a house. But he started off slow and made the house, and then he saved money, and he didn't go out, and he didn't eat, and he didn't gamble, and he didn't go on vacations, and he didn't go to Skankfest, and he didn't do cross country trips, and then he started investing. And then he gets his 6%, a year or whatever on his investing, maybe 11 if he's lucky. And then he bought a house, and he just slowly does all this stuff. And his life has been super stable and on an upward climb. But he hates his life, and he's so fucking bored because he's not doing anything with his life but calculating how to be safe. You know what I mean? So
Right.
He's not out friggin' getting his heart broken by women.
Well,
He's not out.
There's worse ways to live than being safe.
No, I know, but I'm saying like there's a part of life where you want like somebody's like, oh, I don't want my car to break down, and it's like when your car is broken down and you're stranded in the middle of like on the way to the Grand Canyon, you're like, of course you don't want that. You want your car fixed. But 5 years later, when you're thinking back about your life, you're like, man, how about that time I took the trip to the Canyon and my car broke down and I had to problem solve how to get out of it. And then I saw that hawk, and then I saw a roadrunner go across the street. Like there's a part of life that requires you to live life, which requires some risk, which makes life worth living. You know what I mean? You can always take the safe route, and it's calculated. I'm not saying be crazy and be dead at 22 or 18 because you've risked everything all the time and you're redlining your whole life. But there's a part of life that I look back like that. I'm like, oh, I could, so like my 20s, I kind of was. In my 30s, I was kind of having anxiety because I just partied, drank, and was a lunatic in my 20s. And I was playing poker like 5 years ago, talking to some old guys at a table that are married and stuff. And I was saying, man, I'm not sure if I could do it all over again, if I would be drinking and partying and hanging out with chicks and blah, blah, blah. And he's like, well, you can never be 20 again and drink and party with those chicks. But he's like, but you can still get married. You know what I mean? Like there's certain things you can only do at a certain time in your life.
Sure.
And doing that, I think, is more important than calculating safety. Maybe that's why I'm in the place that I'm in right now, which not everybody would want to be where I'm in. But, I'd maybe take it too far and should have been more reserved in certain aspects of my life. But
well, Lee Rector's right. Financial independence is the goal.
Yeah.
But I know what you mean. It's like, life is life. You live life however you live it and then figure it out along the way. But it is like, because I didn't get laid in high school, right? And I think about that, like, that was the only chance I would have had. That was the only time in my life that I could have safely had sex with a teenager.
No, there's
like,
islands. You're gonna be adult, and if you put your mind to it, you can become a politician.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
If you put your mind to it, you could get a nice cushy job with the ADL and get an APAC guy giving you some money, and you could
point.
Yes, do that.
So I guess yeah. If you like me and you didn't have sex in high school and you missed out on that, but you still want to have sex with a teenager, get into politics and and become a congressman.
I don't believe that dopamine is a hormone. Maybe it is. It's definitely a chemical reaction. But I mean, as far as Chris Chappelle's show saying, like, they want to reclassify vitamin D as a hormone, which would make more sense to me than dopamine being a hormone.
Well, I don't want to have sex with a teenager. I just want to clarify. I'm interested in grown adult women between the ages of 25 and 32.
Me too.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that, like, the only time in my life that I could have had sex with a teenager and it'd be okay, I didn't do that for for whatever reason. I was scared. Honestly, I was scared. Thought girls are scary, but
Especially back then.
So I know what you mean is that there are like certain things that really, I guess, there's a lot of things. There's certain things that really is like there's a time in your life that those things are for. And then like that window closes, and then other things you could do whenever. And so it's like, I guess it's it's like I want to live life in a way now where I'm like more responsible but still having fun. But also I don't want to keep I don't want to keep living life the way I was living it. Like when I like all throughout my 20s where I was just like just kind of like not having any sort of plan or notion of what I was doing and just kind of going by the whichever way the wind took me, like I didn't have any sort of like anything. I had no structure, so I guess I do want to live life more structured moving forward, but also I guess with meme coins. I don't know. I do.
It's just like, so like if you're married with like 2 kids, right? And you have like an extra $1,000 a month that you're putting away from college and you're going for vacation and you have you're paying your bills and you have your group of friends you're hanging out with and stuff. You probably don't want to get into meme coins because you're risking your whole family's life. But you're in a situation right now where I don't know if it's the best decision, but you're only hurting yourself or helping yourself.
I'm in a good spot where it's like I barely have to be responsible for my because it's just me. So I don't have like anyone that's relying on me other than myself. And so it's like, am I doing things that someone who's prudent about finance would say is wildly irresponsible? Sure. But I also do see the way the huge like changes that are happening economically in my lifetime. Like I see what's happening and I go, oh, it's getting scary. Like there's got to be some way to still like achieve some sort of financial independence or upward mobility. But it's like day by day that's like being taken from us more and more. And it's like, I guess, you still have like traditional methods of investing like the stock market, and then you have crypto, and it's like, yeah, I guess you have to gamble your way to, unfortunately, because the most any job is going to pay now is about $19 an hour, is that you have to gamble your way to success.
Well, that's one thing. I have had very few jobs in my life. I've always ran a business, tweaked a business, grew a business throughout my whole life. And it hasn't been, most of the relationships that I was in, they were always stressed out. And I always
Howling Kenny Rogers for $20.
I always figured it out. And I'm a problem solver, and eventually I always figure it out. And I think it's difficult for some people to live that type of lifestyle. They need to be able to see what's going on. And if there's any like in their mind, if it's like the bigger the risk for them, they can't actually see the win. when you're a problem solver, you might not know exactly how you're going to get there, but you know that you're going to figure it out, so you don't panic. You have faith in your
Right.
in your skill.
Well, I mean, yeah, and I am like my main thing right now is I am like building a business, so I do have like all this I'm working on, and then just I have a bevy of interests in ways that I'm living my life right now, and I don't know. I guess like I understand why people are averse to hearing about all the like money stuff, but I do find the world of the whole world of finance, even the shitty stuff, like all the hedge funds and stuff. It is like fascinating. It's just like as a thing to study and pay attention to and try to understand. As fucking scary and corrupt as it is, it's like you watch like even something like The Big Short, and you go, wow, it's just like a bunch of assholes in Manhattan destroyed the global economy because of this weird it's financial system we live in.
It's what's crazy about it though is like, and we all do this because we would go insane if we didn't. But the amount of cognitive dissonance that the world has as a collective is insane, because in 1 minute they can see like that the finance bro that went to the school for finance that gets a job on Wall Street, they kind of recognize that they're not really doing or adding any value. They're moving stuff around in the hopes that things don't collapse. But then that person will also go to school for something completely bullshit and get a similar bullshit job that doesn't need to exist. It's only here because that Wall Street system exists. And they'll be like, well, but my job's essential. And it's like that economist that you were talking about. That's like,
yeah, David Graeber.
Most of these jobs are all bullshit.
That has only amplified since he died, because he died in 2020. And that was like a lot of his work at that time was furthering the research on bullshit jobs. That has like become so much more of a thing since like I don't know anybody who actually does anything that's like an actual provides any value. My cousin's a nurse, so he's doing good work.
Well, the libertarians like talk about this stuff, but it's like just for instance, like the amount of billions that the IRS spends collecting like money each year and auditing people, and they're not auditing the biggest returns, they're auditing the easiest ones. So they're attacking the middle class. But if you get rid of like taxes in the IRS, or you go to a flat tax, right? There's other ways to collect it. You would wipe out accountants, like whole accounting departments that are like CPAs that do your taxes. They would still need like bookkeeping accountants, but if it was a flat tax, that whole job market, QuickBooks would disappear. You would still need it because you would want to see what your profit margins are. But like all the tax like if one thing changed, like flat tax, millions of jobs would no longer be needed. So there's a lot of stuff that's built into the system that's like redundant, and then creates secondary, third, and whole ecosystems propped up by that redundancy.
Yeah.
By the way, the libertarians have been doing this for a while. So
Graeber did understand, because this guy's saying that like something about bullshit jobs are absolutely necessary to sustain capital or blah, blah, blah. So Graeber did understand that. He talked about how like, because of just like the way the financial system is, or just like the capitalist economy is, he's like, well, basically like these jobs exist as a pretty much a method of universal basic income. That's like, you can't just have with the way things are set up, you can't just hand people money. So you have to create these like other layers by which you've basically done UBI, but it just means that the person who's getting the UBI has to go to an office and do nothing for 8 hours, and then they get like $200,000 a year. So so he did.
And the government is the worst, because they get their raises every year based on how they've controlled the economics, like the interest rates and the hourly and the cost of living. But if you own an actual business, you can't give somebody a raise just because a year has gone by. You actually need profit from the market to, to give those raises out. Like there actually has to be real feedback. So there's a huge part of the industry that continues to grow upward just because time has passed, not because any extra value has been created.
Right. It's
Have you been like
by the way, we did like
Yeah.
a whole other hour after
you guys got lucky. We're done with this. Yeah. Fuck you guys. Hate you guys. Never come back here.
Pandatron was right. I'm not good with hard outs. I always keep blabbing and then another hour goes by. Oh, thank you, Howling Kenny Rogers. $10. I really want Dalton to beat the odds. I mean that. Well, thank you. But then I see that shine. Okay, well, don't call him here that.
So here's the thing: is we are ending the show. It's 1 a.m. We've gone an hour over, but like Dalton's main business is building the Billionaire Podcast Network, and it's been over a year since we've been doing the Saturday night show, and it's grown. The viewership has grown. The followers have grown.
I mean, we only talk about doing a hard out, like trying to quit it just 4 hours max, just because, like, I don't know, we don't want to like tuck ourselves out or like overdo it.
It does. I'm old, and it does. The late night Saturdays were killing me. They were ruining my Sundays, which is like my only day off, and I wasn't feeling 100% until Tuesdays. So going to bed around midnight for me makes my Sunday enjoyable, and it doesn't follow me into Monday.
Yeah.
We're staying up to 5 a.m. when we were doing them before was like destroying my life.
You've sacrificed a lot, and hopefully it pays off for you at some point.
I think it's, I mean, if nothing happens for me with the podcast, and I have to put some energy towards some things. I got some things mentally squared away recently. I like hanging out with everybody weekly. It gives me something to look forward to. And, it's fun joking around. I like fucking around on Twitter with the boys that are on there and, in the chat here. So like the mental health aspect of having a community, I think is good, even if it's digital.
Sure.
So I've gotten quite a bit out of the show. I've learned a lot about like communication, jokes. I'm libertarian. A lot of the chat is liberal. You and Robbie are lean liberal moderate.
Communist, dude.
And so like I've learned, we've learned a lot. I appreciate the show. I mentioned this in chat. I've mentioned this a couple of times over the years, and we are going to leave, but some people were messaging me like, oh, you and Dalton are fighting again. Dalton and me not fighting. Like Dalton gives me a space to talk about ideas that he might not agree with, and vice versa. It's an arena of ideas. Like that's what the boys do. And I appreciate you having me here. And I appreciate that. Like, you're not one of those people that when somebody has a different of opinion with you, you freaking like,
there's water off a duck's back, dude.
Ostracize everybody. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, so, yeah. Anyways.
Well, I mean, I appreciate the work you do here. And, I mean, as the business grows, you have equity in all this, you'll be.
I got to get I was looking at some of the guests we had about a year ago and reaching out to them again. And a couple of them, I told them that we do stuff after the New Year's already. So we'll probably do some guests. I don't know if we'll do them every episode. Actually, before we log off, fans, what do you think? You guys like me and Dalton together with pop-ins and then do like a guest once a month or twice a month?
Chat?
Yeah.
I mean,
every episode, Robbie's third cousin likes every episode of the
I mean,
guest.
I'm cool. I'm easy breezy, beautiful cover girl. Like I guest to no guest, I can do a show no matter what.
Yeah, there's people that I can reach out to.
Just
like,
never, don't ever book Toad again. Don't ever do
no,
shit
Toad
like
was
that.
about a year ago. So I got a quick grievance to, and I don't even know if it's a grievance, but like I was talking to Lathan, right? Friend of the show, Layton, and him and Brosa Smith do a podcast with Tyler and Toad called the Loser Cast. And I was watching that, trying to support them back and forth. And I started messaging Lathan, and he was pretty back and forth with me. And then I tried to get him and Brosif on the show to promote the Loser Cast. I said, hey, why don't you two come on the show? Brosif was at his family's house. So then I said, well, Toad and Tyler are also welcome. It's just that Toad doesn't like me and the chat hates Toad, but he's still welcome to come on the show.
He is not.
And well, it doesn't matter anyways. Ever since I messaged that, Latham does not communicate with me anymore.
Okay, cool.
So I don't know if
y'all libertarians do not like each other.
If the X chat he's not seeing it because of X chat, or if he's busy or whatever. But him and me were talking back and forth. I thought we could help each other promote the show. So maybe he is mad at me, but Toad doesn't like me. And so if he's going to take his co-host side, I can get that.
Well, Bros was in the chat. He said he's going to talk to Layton.
I hope it's just a miscommunication.
It's probably nothing. It's probably not.
Yeah.
It's probably like.
But like one of the last things I said to him was like, we can do the whole Loser Cast on Cornfed, but the chat does not like Toad and Toad does not like me.
Yeah, Toad was not a good fit. That was not people really hated him. So
yeah, they got a good group over there.
part,
It kind of reminds me of Tower Gang actually, because Toad and Tyler are on it. But
I guess like I could book guests too. I'm sure if I reach out to people, but I'm like, I'll figure.
Well, I think of this show kind of like Real Ass Podcast, in the arena of ideas is like Legion of Skank. So that's the main show. So we're putting the newer people through here, and then they get called up to the big pod,
the big leagues.
Yeah. So like, and I mean, obviously, and this is, but also, I know there's some people like Josh Potter still, I'm in contact with him. He wants to come on the show, which is a big get.
That's a good get.
If you like sports, especially football, I think you'd enjoy Josh Potter's thing. It's LA, but Josh is cool. And then Ovens wants to come back on and talk mushrooms, which I want to get.
That was
Ovens
one thing
on.
I bought at Costco. Shiitake mushroom crisps.
Oh, those are good.
Those are really good.
I want to get Drew's sister Sarah back on with Ovens at the same time so they can talk psychedelics together. And then Romy is probably going to come back on. Ellie Stockholm, I think we're going to have back on too. She wants to, if you guys don't know, the reason we had to sneak her in on the show the time we did, it was a secret, is she got her tongue split. The week after we had her on the show, and she couldn't talk for 6 weeks. So now she has a forked tongue. So we'll probably have her back on. And so we'll probably do a repeat of some of the people that came on in the past, and let me know if there's anybody extra. I've reached out to some bigger people, but my accounts are too small to get anybody's attention. It was easier when I had close to 2,000 followers on Twitter. Now
I've messaged Quinfinite a number of times, and I've been ignored completely each time. So,
yeah, I'm getting ignored by well less popular individuals than. And what's crazy is I've had initial contacts with them, and they've agreed, and we're super excited. And then when I follow up, they ghost. So I don't know if they're checking the podcast out and they don't like it. They're checking out, and I'm not reaching out to them on Twitter. I'm reaching out to them on normie, like Instagram. So like, it's not that they see me talking about Israel. So I don't know. Anyways,
Well, I mean, everything's progressing nicely. I got, there's work I need to do for the, I've been doing a lot of work behind the scenes. I got to fix that. I do need to fix the audio feed, but there's, big thing. Look, big things come to the network. And,
Yeah.
And I guess, folks,
Yeah, we're probably gonna.
I guess none of what we said tonight was financial advice. None of this is financial advice.
Yeah.
But that's the folks. I think that's the show. That's the show.
That's the show. We went over an hour and 9 minutes. So next week will only be 2 hours and 41 minutes.
We're gonna need the super chats to come strong and fast next week.
Yeah, 2 hours 51 minutes. Because you got your extra hour and 9 this week.
Please subscribe to the Patreon and buy some merchandise. Patreon.com/cornfed with Dalton Pruitt. BPNmart.com. Thank you. I love you. Good night.
Raph, I did talk to Sarah Sutherland. She is back on social media, but she doesn't want to do
I talked to her the other night, actually. She called me, so I
okay.
Yeah. I don't know. She mentioned wanting to come back on the show, so
good.
Yeah. So I could book her either. I'll see I'm going to see about what show, if she wants to do this or arena. Look, Sarah's
she's back in the feed. I saw her playing the harp with some wine in her system, so she looks like she's having fun.
Yeah. Thank you, Seed Homes. But yeah, we'll have Sarah back here at the network, either this show or Arena of Ideas. But I have talked to her recently. But yeah, I got a lot of things I'm working on. I feel more energetic these days since I've been exercising more regularly, and I'm getting back to, really back to living. I'm feeling it's been a long road of recovery, it's a road of and to recovery, but we're, big things are coming to the network. All right, we'll close with this. $10 from Helen Kenny Rogers. Wait, can we get Braveheart throw dude off wall scene? Okay. I don't know. Braveheart throw dude off wall scene. Oh, okay. Here we go. And yeah, I don't know what I genuinely do not understand what Crack is doing or what he's up to. But yeah, he hates women. He said we're not getting a woman on Crowder Boys, and he quit the show. So now we can talk to girls again on the Arena of Ideas. But I don't know what he's even like. I don't know what's going on with him. You think a guy?
You think a guy named Crack, and then he ends up being unreliable.
It's so strange that he just was like, "I'm quitting to go focus on my thing." Whoa! See, it's a good thing we stuck around, Dave. $100 from Lama Nama Nama Nume. Enjoy your shit coins. Fuck value, right? Yes. Thank you.
Yeah. You would figure that a wigger named Crack would be a little bit more reliable, huh?
Yeah. Oh, I guess he's gonna do a podcast with his buddy there.
You're breaking up.
Can you hear me?
No, you did your max headroom right now.
Am I here?
Oh, you're back now. Yeah.
Am I back? Okay.
Oh, that's what Panatron's show kind of reminded me of, is Black Max Headroom. I watched a little bit that earlier today.
Yeah.
Black Headroom.
Okay. Okay. So Howling Kenny Rogers says he's doing he's doing a podcast at some point, I guess is what he's doing. I thought it was so strange that he just quit, and then he said, "I'm done streaming," and then he's like, he did one song recently, so. Hey, look, best of luck to him. Jihad upon Crack. So we'll close out with this. He asked us to watch this scene from Braveheart, and we'll wrap up the show with this.
Son, thy own nephew. What beast could do such a thing?
If he can sack York,
He can invade Lower England.
We would stop him.
Who is this person who speaks to me as though I needed his advice?
I have declared Philip my High Counselor.
Is he qualified?
I am skilled in the arts of war and military tactics, sire.
Are you? And tell me, what advice would you offer on the present situation?
Dude,
That's rude.
there's no way that warriors back then would look so gay.
So waifish. Yeah.
Yeah, like they look like they have makeup on us. Like they'd be all scarred and smelly without, you know what I mean? The grooming was very difficult back then.
Yeah, dude. It's like that is a really mean thing to do to someone. I can't believe Eric Clapton did that to his own son.
I know. That was mean. Wow.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Good
I
night.
love you. Thank you for supporting the network. Big things coming to the network. Good night.
Like, share, subscribe, comment, tell your buddies about it, tell your grandmother about it. We need to grow the show.
We got to grow the show, dude. We're growers, not showers.
Yeah.
So, yep. Big things coming to the network. Good night, everybody.
Good night.